Good evening, all, and welcome to tonight's Ghost Stories in the Rain mega compilation. I really hope you enjoy. Before we dive in, I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to the Indiegogo campaign. We are 12% there, and I am so grateful for each and every one of you who have helped. It really means the world to us. For those of you who may have missed it, we have launched an app. It's currently just being fine-tuned, and we're trying to raise money for server space, upgrades, and the like. If you'd like to check out our campaign, you can find a link in the description. It's basically all the stories I've ever narrated on the channel, available to listen to on the app, organized by categories for you to listen to wherever you want, and you download them onto the app so you can listen without data. And I really hope some of you will think about contributing so we can get this off the ground sooner. But for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. My house is old. What is currently the kitchen, master bedroom, and dining room was the original portion of the house, built in the late 1800s, around the time the community was being established. The house has grown significantly since then, and my parents bought the house in 1991. After a few years, my mother started having very bad night terrors. They eventually escalated to the point where my mother felt she could no longer stay in the home, and we moved in 1999. My parents kept the home as a rent house, and I bought it off them in 2007. I was pretty much constantly rearranging the master bedroom, now my room, and after about a year, my bed ended up in the same position as my parents had theirs during our last years when we all lived here. I started having night terrors of a man in old-timey clothes sitting on the edge of the bed with a knife. They were so real that I started sleeping with the lights on. The light was the only difference between the dream and reality, and helped me pull myself out of it. This went on for a few months, until I moved the bed and they abruptly stopped. Later on that year, my night terrors came up in conversation with my mother. The look on her face was both recognition and pity. She described the man perfectly, then asked if my night terrors had developed into being buried alive. I said that they hadn't, and she said, "Yeah, I guess it took about a year and a half for it to get to that." Then I suddenly realized why my mother was so stressed out in those years, and why she hates to visit my home. After that, I began my best trying to research the area, the home, everything I could get my hands on. It wasn't until this last weekend, when at a music festival, an older gentleman asked me, wasn't there a civil war in that area? And gave me my first real lead. I learnt that there was a battle in 1862, approximately 3 decades before the original portion of the house was built. About 60 miles north of here, in fact, and the troops likely passed through here on their way to the Gettysburg of the West. Still researching, though. I have no concrete answers. Definitely do not miss the night terrors. I work as a manager in an adult novelty store with a theatre. So please envision the kind of customers I get. I had this regular who was nice enough, and we always exchanged pleasantries and small talk. One day we said goodbye, and as he went to leave, he stopped dead in his tracks and came back to the counter. He told me that he ignores it every time, but today it wouldn't let him. Naturally, I ask him what he's talking about, and he proceeds to tell me that there is an older black man who is with me 24/7. He sees him every time I'm in the store. The older man just stands next to me, watching me and smiling. At that point, a chill ran up my spine, because no one in that store knows, besides my boss, that I'm half black, and that my 65-year-old black father that I was so close to passed in 2014. I said the usual, "Wow, oh my god," so I wouldn't give anything away to see what else he said, to see if it's legit. The customer proceeds to tell me that the man, my father, is sad about his kids not doing what he asked them to do, and one child in particular has greatly disappointed him. The man, my father, also wants the customer to tell me how much he loves his wife, even though she's married again. At this point I have tears in my eyes now, because how would this man know there's conflict between me and my siblings because of my father's death? How would this man know my mother is married again? He kept mentioning that he could feel a strong religious pull with my father. My father was a preacher. He told me a bunch of other things and asked if I was pregnant. I told him no, but apparently my next child will have my father's soul according to him. My 2-year-old son looks like my father and loves his favorite songs. I never saw the man again after that. Yesterday, my dad was all excited to finally buy this gorgeous 1-story brick house in Indigo Lake, Texas. It was so elegant, refined, copious amounts of land to run around, a vista of Sylvian charm. No annoying neighbors, unless they were on the road. We brought all of our belongings and finally came face to face with what was going to be a beautiful nightmare. As we unpacked and arriving at the steps, immediately, strange things started to happen. The protected door opened by itself, and even the grand door that led inside the house as well, just creaked loudly, as if it were telling us to go inside. My dad thought carpenters were working there, as it was still being worked on, but only a day or two to finally complete it. My brothers exchanged confused glances and noticed the back of the house had this weird-looking pond. Behind it was a vast forest that had this sort of small cavern/grotto, which made absolutely no sense. We were wrapped in complete forest, so it was pretty creepy. We stepped inside, ignoring the doors opening, and were completely astonished with how beautiful the house was. I still remember being 7 years old and in awe, with so many things the previous owner left. It was like going back in time. Exquisite paintings, china vases, samurai swords, a chimney with a moose taxidermy above it. Oh my gosh, it was beautiful. To the right, as soon as you walk in, was the kitchen, and a strip down that led to the washing machines as well as the backyard. To the left of the living room was a fork. On the right side was going to be my parents' room. Straight led to a grand room, which we named an arcade room. It was a long hallway to get to the arcade room, and left of it led to another hallway. But what was odd of this was that there was a small shower and toilet, along with a long mirror that coated the wall and led to a door which was my brother's room in a closet. That made no sense. From my brother's room it led you back to the fork living room, and the restroom was in the middle. The arcade room was so cold. Even during summer when you opened the windows it was still freezing. Everyone who came would complain about how cold it was. Dad thought it was just a small draft. We had a foosball table, PlayStation system, video games, mini movie theater, and even a gym in that arcade room. Night falls, and my dad buys the Blair Witch Project. Yep, it scared the hell out of me. We were taking care of my uncle's sweet chihuahua named Brandy, who out of nowhere began barking furiously at the wall in the kitchen. She had all her hairs standing up on her foamy mouth by how angry she was. I grabbed her and put her in the washing room where she just whined. My dad was dismissive of the idea that we were living in a haunted house, but that night after the movie ending was something I'm never going to forget, as this presence started immediately to show itself. I made the decision to sleep in my parents' room for a while. In that room was a painting of a boy and a girl on a countryside walk, on a road, next to a man who was behind. I'm getting chills just being reminded of this painting. My brother is snoring in his room, and my parents are awake, and we begin to hear loud furniture swinging and rustling across. The nails are scratching the walls, and these sort of chain noises are coming from the attic with a ch, ch, as if someone was calling a dog. Right then and there, man, my heart sunk, and I knew this place was haunted. My dad gets up and knocks on my brother's door, thinking he moved things, but he's fast asleep. The noises were brushed off, just a raccoon outside, or the forest trees swinging due to the wind. My heart is racing, and constantly thinking of the Blair Witch Project, which made it worse thinking it was real. Because, at the time, internet wasn't a popular thing to see if a movie was fake. I left a small night light on, and it was probably 11 or midnight when my parents fell asleep. As the night pressed, I dozed and woke up. My parents were sound asleep. The door of their room is completely open, and vividly remembered we locked it. My heart is racing, as I know something is really wrong. At the foot of my bed, the end is sunken down as if someone was sitting on it, and I felt it sink down. You guys, I felt it, and I was about to pass out and throw up. When suddenly the covers of my bed toss, and I immediately felt these hands and fingernails tickle my feet. I get chills remembering it. I kicked back whatever it was, and could feel the hairs on these hands. Just massive hairy hands and arms. I yelled. I got up from a nest of blankets and somehow jumped straight into my parents' bed crying. My parents console me. Dad gets up, turns the light on, and I'm done. Right there and then I'm crying in my mum's shoulder that I don't want to live here anymore. After consoling, my dad and mum are somewhat wanting to believe me, but they can't. That night I slept in between them. I didn't sleep. My eyes were glued to the door, waiting for it to open. Next day comes, and my brother is working out in the arcade room as he plays varsity football in high school. He comes rushing to us, saying he saw little girl's feet with frilly socks on near the hallway, with a lengthy mirror. My dad doesn't believe it, but he becomes a believer eventually. I'm going to go ahead to share the experiences that happened after. A few nights later, my father is in the bathroom. He had a habit of urinating sitting down at night, so that no one gets interrupted sleep. From the windows, the moon is able to reflect some light that gallantly pierces through. As my dad is urinating, he notices my mum is at the door and says he'll be done shortly. So he does his thing, and right as soon as he's about to pat my mum on the back to let her go, my dad goes right through her. The silhouette, and he falls over. That night is the one I remember he finally became a believer and shouting at us to come out and turns on all the lights. He was as pale as a ghost, but I was relieved that I wasn't crazy. Water always turned on as well. Bath water, even the shower, where the long mirror hallway was. One time after a party finished and everyone went home, I took a long bath with my action figures and had a huge curtain that covered it. My mum sometimes would use the bathroom whenever I showered, so I heard her walk in and noticed the shadow pass and would just say, "Hey mum?" No response. So whatever, off I played, and upon finishing the bath, the bathroom door was wide open. I came out telling my mum why she didn't close the door, and she said that she didn't use the bathroom and was outside cleaning up. It was scary. A lot of stuff went on in that house. We had family friends stay the night to look over the house while we went on a trip. That following night, they called us saying they were leaving as they were getting too spooked. The couple kept having dreams of a handsome man with hairy hands touching them, and he would laugh a lot. And his wife said that the painting in my parents' room was moving. She noticed the kids in the painting moving, and the television in that room turned on and the volume would flood up so high to the max. They left in the middle of the night, after a mere few hours. We were all painting the fence of the house, and saw neighbors jogging on the road. They approached us and told us the house had belonged to an artist who ended his life in our garage. No one ever got close to him, as he was always reserved and spoke to no one, but joggers would see him with art supplies all the time. No one ever knew who the girl that my brother saw was. Right then and there, my mom called her, who is a spiritual person, and told her to take incense and just walk around and talk kindly to the man and ask him to leave. After the small ritual, we never felt anything. Looking back, it feels odd to have been scared. Maybe he was just really lonely and in a dark place at the time, and was just playing with me, wanting his presence to be acknowledged. The carpenters even mentioned that they would see a girl roaming around our pond with this strange face scarf on. Funny thing is, my mum stayed at home while my dad worked, and while my brother and I were in school. She never experienced or heard anything. Anyway, we ended up selling the house because it was flooding a lot, and the creepy part about the grotto in the back, near the farmer's pond, was that after coming back from evacuating the floods, we found so many dead animals stacked on top of each other. Dog, geese, cats, 2 horse and owls. It just gives me the shivers every day. The arcade room is still frozen cold as well. I haven't been back, but I would be more than happy to share the paintings that he had in the house, as all of his belongings are in storage. When I was 10, I used to have a best friend and neighbor who lived up in a very old house. The house was very old, with original wooden floors, doors, and cobblestone foundations. My friend's family have had the house for 3 generations. My friend has 3 other siblings, but he was a surprise child, so by the time I met him, he was the only one living at the house. This was great, as he always had the newest toys and gaming consoles. I came over quite often, and every time I went I always felt that something was off. My friend and I would game quite often on the first floor playing Sims 2 or Halo 2. The house was much more spacious than 3 people could ever need. For this reason, in the summer, they would close off the upstairs to keep the cold air on the first floor. The issue with very old houses is that they use a very unique door for knobs. The people don't know the doorknob is fitted inside a square hole in the door fitted with a skeleton key lock. Through the years, the doorknobs have been lost, leaving only 2 doorknobs to unlock doors around the house. That means that the doors upstairs had no way of opening, as they had no door handles. While me and my friend would play our games, frequently we would hear heavy footsteps moving throughout his old sister's room above us. I asked my friend about it, and he said that it's something that has been happening for ages, and he believes it is due to squirrels in the attic. Normally, I would be inclined to agree, but this felt like heavy boots dragging themselves through the 2 rooms above us, and you could follow the sound as it walked through them. We were in his home a lot by ourselves, as his father owned a construction company on the outside of his property, and his mother worked during the day. This left me very suspicious, as there could be no one in the house other than us. This would happen quite frequently, as my friend had learnt to do. The next experience, however, shook me and my friend to the core. Like any other day, I came to my friend's house after school to play games. My friend and I were getting through the last mission of Halo when all of a sudden a huge bang came through the hallway leading to the stairs. This area was closed off, with the remaining doorknobs for the original doors. We turned the corner to discover that the door was wide open, with said doorknob laying on the floor next to it. My friend and I nervously chuckled and thought that his dad may have stayed home, as his room was next to the stairs. We went up the stairs to find that all the doors were open. These doors had no knobs and had no way of opening by themselves. At this point, the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up, and me and my friend are staring at each other. At this very moment, we both flinched as we heard the all too familiar boots dragging themselves through the connected bedrooms. It dragged closer and closer to the doorway. I was petrified, praying that my friend's dad pops up on the other side. Just as the culprit was about to come into view, the footsteps stopped, and there was nothing. At this point, me and my friend jolt into action and vacate the house as fast as possible. We booked it all the way to my friend's dad's construction warehouse, and we found his dad there and told him we think someone got inside the house. He came back with us to find nothing stolen and no signs of anyone being there, though we go up with him to find that the doors that opened followed the direction of the footsteps we could hear moving through the second floor constantly. I never experienced anything like that since, mainly due to both of us deciding to never stay in the house longer than we needed to. To this day, almost 12 years later, I still have no idea what I experienced that day. It did not feel like a poltergeist or anything demonic, but it did give me the vibes of not being welcome there, as well as goosebumps. Whatever had the strength to open those doors shook me to my very core and made me a believer. My family and I lived at a large property called Gladstone Villa in the former mining town of Bargode in the Caerphilly County Borough of South Wales in the valleys. From 1969 to 1978, we experienced activity that simply defied rational explanation, such as lights going on and off. We witnessed electrical cables being pulled, and my grandfather Bill claimed to have a glass bottle thrown at his head as he entered the main bedroom, missing him by inches. I didn't personally see this myself, but I can still recall the time he came from there with the broken bottles in his hand and told us what happened. There was the occasional sighting, but this was very rare indeed. So rare that in all the 9 years I was there, I never once saw it, but I did hear it many times in the bedroom. It's still worth mentioning that my mother Caroline saw it on at least 2 occasions. There were also regular footsteps heard in the main bedroom every evening, sometimes during the day when we'd all be downstairs watching TV. One of us would turn the volume down and hear it more clearly, and my grandfather Bill would point to the ceiling and say, "He's by here, he's by there now," trying to make out where the footsteps were coming from exactly. There were 5 members of the family that were living at Gladstone Villa. My maternal grandfather William Higgs, known as Bill to family and friends, a retired miner who worked at the local colliery. He was a short, bald man who liked nothing more than to listen to his country and western LPs, Johnny Cash, Glenn Campbell, and so on. He also liked westerns on the TV that starred John Wayne or Clint Eastwood. My maternal grandmother was Rita Higgs. She was a short woman who was a housewife. She was completely teetotal but liked a smoke. She also liked collecting garden gnomes and watched soap operas on TV. My mother, Caroline Dexter, met my father at the local bakehouse in Baldwin Street. She was day shift regularly, and my father worked the night shift. He would stay behind to make her a cup of tea and chat. They dated for 3 years before they got married on Monday the 1st of April, 1968. The Beatles were number one with Lady Madonna. Very apt. They did not get a place of their own, but decided to live with my grandparents at Gladstone Villa, which was in Cardiff Road. I was born August 24th, 1969, when everyone was listening to the latest number one in the charts, Honky Tonk Woman, by the Rolling Stones. It was soon after that my mother said that strange things started to happen. I was just a baby when she said it all started off rather quietly, like small tappings here and there, but nothing too noticeable. But in time, the activity gradually increased. One time my mother said the family heard a noise, like someone jumping down from the attic and onto the landing. Naturally, thinking that someone was trying to break in, they went to see what was going on. When they got there, they found no one, but the hatch to the attic was open. Whatever it was eventually occupied itself in the main bedroom, which incidentally was my grandparents' bedroom. It soon made its presence known by walking around the bedroom, and the sound of dragging could be heard. One day my mother went upstairs to that bedroom to get my father up for work, so he could get ready for his night shift. When she got to there, she was confronted by the sight of the ironing board placed on my father's torso as he slept. When he awoke, he was astonished to find the situation he was in. He suspected my grandfather Bill was playing pranks, but in time he knew my grandfather was not responsible for it, and he told his work friends what was going on there, and it got around that Gladstone Villa was haunted. My parents separated in 1972, and my father left Gladstone Villa, but it wasn't because of what was going on at Gladstone Villa. It was just a breakdown of a marriage. They finally divorced on April 25th, 1975. The British band, the Bay City Rollers, were number one in the charts with Bye Bye Baby. Again, very apt. It would have been amusing, but for the fact of what was going on there. I was barely 2 years old, so I have no memory of my father living there. But he would come to see me every Saturday, take me to see my paternal grandparents, and to the local cinema. Great times, even though the paranormal activity persisted. As I got older, I witnessed the activity for myself. I actually saw the poltergeist activity for myself. I saw the electrical cables being pulled by unseen forces. I saw the lights going on and off, and when my grandfather Bill would play records on Sunday, as the family did at dinner, the music would turn off on its own. It took exception to the British band Slade and any religious TV shows my grandmother Rita would watch. The local police were also involved. I remember them popping their heads into the attic, hesitating and not going in, but they suggested it was my father playing a prank on the family. A family friend, Miss Ivy France, she was more of a friend of my grandma Rita. She was very skeptical when my grandmother told her that Gladstone Villa was haunted. I can still remember Ivy going into the main bedroom, looking around and saying it was a vibration from the traffic. But she was soon to change her mind when she experienced it for herself. It was then she suggested the local press and a medium. The medium was John Matthews, and when he came to Gladstone Villa, he started by asking the family questions. He then began by challenging the spirit to perform knocking on the ceiling, and sure enough, it responded by knocking back at him. At some point, John went into a trance to try and make contact, but he failed to get a name. He later confirmed the obvious, that there was indeed a presence there, and it was an earthbound spirit that had unfinished business. A priest by the name of Graham Jones was called to Gladstone Villa. He blessed the property, and after a few prayers he duly left. It was quiet for a few short months after that. No incidents, but it did return, and with a vengeance. This time it decided to show itself. One evening my grandfather Bill, my mother Caroline and I were watching television. My grandmother Rita was reading a book when all of a sudden my mother just so happened to look to her left, and she saw the full, solid figure of a monk standing by the doorway. We did not see this, as we were otherwise occupied, but she later described the monk in detail. Typical brown habit, complete with hood over the head, so she couldn't see the face. It sounded very much like a 16th century Benedictine monk. Fred Davies was also a friend of my grandfather Bill. They worked together at the local colliery and he would visit most evenings. Fred was a slim man who would wear a flat cap and glasses and smoked some homemade cigarettes that hung from his lips when he spoke. He would sit in his favorite chair by the open fire and talk to the family and watch TV with us. One day, Fred was with us, in his usual place by the open fire. I was quietly playing with my toys by the sideboard. It was quiet when all of a sudden there was one very loud bang. It was so loud that Fred ducked his head and I ran to my mother for comfort. When it was quiet, we went upstairs. My grandfather Bill would always be first and I would be last. When we go to that bedroom, we found nothing that could account for the noise. Fred later told us that he ducked his head as he thought it was going to come through the ceiling. Fred told us of another experience he had at Gladstone Villa. My grandfather Bill liked to look out the landing window that overlooked Cardiff Road into Bargoed town centre. This time Fred joined him, and he said he felt something brush past him. When he looked, there was nothing there. The most frightening experience I had was when I was alone in that particular bedroom. I made sure the light was on, it was very quiet, and I was laying on the bed facing the window that overlooked Cardiff Road, when I suddenly felt something heavy pounce on the bottom of the bed. I heard the bed springs go just once, and I felt the bed bounce. I didn't look straight away, but when I did there was nothing there. I went downstairs to tell my family, and we all went back up. We saw distinctive paw marks on the bed like that of an animal. I later found out that my grandfather Bill had a black Labrador called Tovey, who died before I was born. My grandfather Bill and my mother Caroline claimed to have heard a baby crying there, but as I didn't hear it at the time, I took very little notice of what they said. The activity got so bad that my mother, grandmother and I slept downstairs with the lights on. It was only my grandfather Bill who was supposedly brave enough to sleep up there. It was then that he himself had yet another experience in there. He told us he was lying on the bed when all of a sudden he couldn't move. He couldn't even shout for us for help. This could have well have been sleep paralysis, but he said he heard something in the room with him. My grandmother Rita had her own experiences. One day she went upstairs into the room to get my grandfather up, when she saw the boiler door room open all by itself. She didn't stay there to see what it was, but she rushed out the room. On another occasion she said she had the sensation of something pulling her under her foot, like she had stepped on this gown. We had the ghost for so long that my grandmother Rita gave her a pet name. She called him Johnny, and my grandfather Bill would shout out the name to provoke a reaction, but nothing happened. Ivy Francis's son Charles got to hear about what was going on at Gladstone Villa, and he came along with some friends, and with my family's permission they went into a bedroom. It frightened one of his friends, and to this day, he still says it was a spooky place. My mother Caroline had an operation on her toe and ended up on crutches to support her. The local nurse would tend to her foot, and my mother sat in the chair when the nurse came that day. The nurse knelt down to tend her, and she told my mother not to hold her. My mother looked at my grandmother Rita in amazement, as she wasn't holding the nurse at all. My mother made her own conclusions that it was Johnny the ghost that was holding her, so as not for the nurse to hurt her. The only time I heard the ghost being vocal was the time we were all in the room. One of us wanted to use the bathroom and we couldn't get in there. My grandfather Bill said, "He's behind there." I heard quite distinctively the sound of Gregorian chant, and that was it. Nothing more. We left in the summer of 1978 when two local businessmen bought the property, and Gladstone Villa was eventually converted into a small hotel, and its name changed to Reds Park Hotel. On the night before we moved, there was one final incident we experienced, as if it knew that we were going, and that it was its way of saying goodbye. My mother, grandmother, and I got ready to go to sleep. The light was still on, and then we heard the doorknob turning, as if someone was trying to get in. At first, I naturally suspected my grandfather Bill, as he was the only one who could have slept upstairs in that room, and we thought it may have been him playing a prank. I called out to him, but there was no answer, no laugh that would give him away. We then heard our belongings that were packed in the hallway being thrown around. The next day, I asked my grandfather Bill if he was playing a joke on us, and he insisted that he wasn't. And to this day I still believe him. I had my 40th birthday party at Reds Park Hotel in August 2009 for old time's sake, and it was the female staff that told me about the ghost, and I told them about what happened to me there 30 years before. The staff told me of their own personal experiences, the lights going off and on, the odd sightings in room 5. A bride in white was seen. Again, the claims of the baby crying that made no sense at the time. I did a thorough research of the property and the Cardiff Road area, and I found out some very interesting things indeed. I found out from the Bargoed Library and local newspaper archives that Gladstone Villa dates back to the 1900s, and it was named after the former British Prime Minister William Gladstone. I discovered the previous people that lived there, the Kimmett family in 1924, a newly married couple, Michael and Evelyn Kimmett, and a son named Elvin. He died at 4 months, according to the archives. This may explain the baby my mother and grandfather kept hearing in the bedroom. Miss Evelyn Kimmett died in 1970, soon after I was born. Maybe this was why the activity all started. I also found that there was a monastery in Baldwin Street where my parents met and worked, and there was a property directly opposite, the former Gladstone Villa property in Cardiff dating back to the 16th century. It is now a public house called the Rafa Club. A priest hide is said to be there, but it's sealed up. This explains the monk my mother saw. What I have said here is true. I wouldn't share it with you if I couldn't possibly back this up, and I have used real names as not to hide anything, and all I have said can be verified by the family of those people mentioned. Sadly, some of those are no longer with us. I challenge any hardened skeptic and firm non-believer, and I can assure them that they will indeed most certainly question their belief system. Of this I have no doubt whatsoever. You may Google the property. It's still there on Cardiff Road, Bargoed, Wales, UK, very near Caerphilly in Cardiff. This place needs to be thoroughly investigated and is well worth documenting. I am the youngest of 2 daughters, my sister Isabel being a year older than me, and we are polar opposites, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Isabel is a buxom version of my father, her body having developed quite early. Both of them are control freaks, who think that their word is law, and they should get away with whatever they want, with no one having any right to refuse, but they can never make a stand against my mother, who is a mostly reasonable and calm, nurturing person. The thing is, when she loses her temper, no one wants to cross her, because she is a tsunami. There is no one who gets in her way. I am just like her. During her youth and when she reached adulthood, with an underdeveloped body, that caused many to always mistake us for being younger than we were. I also have her somewhat aloof attitude with strangers, but I'm super sweet with people I care about. I also have a habit of ignoring those who try to get on my nerves, but with my mother's temper, which both my father and sister disapprove of, since I made it clear that I won't let anyone control me, although I do respect my parents very much. This first story takes place when I was about 12 years old. I'm 34 now, but the memory of that time is still one of the most vivid and frightful memories I have. And whenever I try to talk about it with my sister, she freaks out because she doesn't want to remember. I don't know if these two incidences in the story I'm about to tell you are related or not. We used to live in a flat situated on the ground floor of the building that we moved into, and often felt like we weren't the only ones residing there. Many times out of the corner of our eyes, we would see someone peeking at us from around the corner of wherever we were, but whenever we looked, there was no one there. Although we had neighbors also living on the ground floor and 2 stories above us, we were mostly the types to keep to ourselves, mainly because our parents were quite protective of us, partly because my older was constantly being reported by neighbors and schoolmates flirting with a guy who caught her fancy, even though she was only 13. We had chosen that particular flat on the ground floor due to the fact that my mother, Rosaline, suffered an accident when I was 7 where she broke her hip and had to have it replaced with a metal joint. She walked with a limp and had to support herself with a cane whenever she moved about. This first incident occurred one night during a weekend, Saturday, a few months before my mother was diagnosed with leukemia. None of us had turned in yet, so we were all still awake, although we were getting ready for bed since it was already 10 p.m. Our German Shepherd puppy, Bonkers, was in the bedroom that I shared with my parents and my older sister, resting his chin on my mother's lap and dozing as she scratched the area behind his ear as she read the true life story section of Reader's Digest. My father, Edgar, was reading the newest edition of Car and Driver, while my sister Isabel was reading a teenage romance. I, however, had been reading The Hound of the Baskervilles. I went to the toilet to answer a call of nature, and after I finished with my business, washed my hands and exited the bathroom, turning off the light as I did so. After I turned off the bathroom light, I noticed that the beaded curtain hanging in the doorway at the end of the corridor that led to the dining room and living room was moving, as if someone had just passed through. We never turned off the lights in those parts of the house, since the living room had only one window, but the dining room had none, so everything would be close to pitch black, even in broad daylight, if we did not keep the lights on. I thought it was Isabel, probably going to get a drink before bed, since she always had the habit of doing that. So naturally I followed to see what she was going to swipe from the fridge. The fridge was in the dining room, since the kitchen was quite small and didn't have enough space to accommodate it comfortably. When I reached the dining room, I was surprised to see that there was no one there, when suddenly I felt an unexplainable chill go through my body, followed by a feeling of terror that made me shake all over. I turned and raced back down the corridor to the bedroom, realizing that something was behind me, chasing me, trying to get its nightmarish hands on me. I could almost feel its breath on my neck, and an unspoken command to turn and see what it was. But thankfully, I was too scared out of my head to heed those words, and upon reaching the bedroom door, I wrenched it open, barreling inside, ignoring my father's booming roar of a, "God damn it, Eleanor! What the hell are you doing this time of night?" I looked at him long enough to see the fury on my father's face, and that Isabel, my mother, was there with him. The two looked surprised before Bonkers sprang to his feet, alert. His ears were perking up before he started growling, as I slammed the bedroom door shut and locked it. Suddenly something slammed against the door, the impact shaking the wood violently. Bonkers began barking at the top of his lungs, his eyes on the door as I turned and ran into my mother's arms, terrified beyond words. What the hell? No sooner had Isabel spoken when a demonic growl sounded outside the door, followed by scratching. I think I fainted at that point, because when I opened my eyes, it was 6 a.m. and the sun was rising. My mother was lying beside me, still awake, with both her arms around me like she didn't want to let me go. Ever. Bonkers was on my stomach, his tiny paws on my still flat chest, as if trying to protect my heartbeat. My father and Isabel must have dozed off sometime during the night. The former propped up near the footboard of the king-size bed that my parents shared, the latter on my father's side of the bed behind my mother. "How are you feeling, baby?" my mother asked, gently brushing the hair from my face, when I turned to face and hug her, after scratching Bonkers behind the ear. The terror from the previous night came back to me, and I started to cry. My mother held me, the way she always did. It took a long time for me to calm down, but when I finally did, I managed to tell everyone present, Bonkers included, what exactly had happened the previous night. I will never forget the look on their faces when I was done, but needless to say, the end results were that Mama's friends were called to cleanse the house and burn sage. A priest was also asked to do a blessing, although none of them stopped the nightmares that plagued me after it. If only it worked. 3 months later, we were told that my mother had leukemia, and my world fell apart. It was also around the time that the second incident occurred, just after I had forgotten about the night terror I'd experienced. It was summer vacation, so we were allowed to sleep in. My parents left for my mother's checkup one morning around 8 a.m., and I was asleep on their bed, which is right next to the double deck my sister and I use. My sister was sleeping on the upper bunk, and barely 15 minutes after my parents left, I heard someone saying, "Psst," from the foot of my parents' bed. I thought it was my older sister, so I didn't pay it any attention and tried to go back to sleep. Suddenly, I felt something change, and then an ominous, demonic growl sounded from the foot of the bed. I don't remember ever moving so fast in my preteen years. I threw the covers and scrambled onto the upper bunk, where I found my older sister still sleeping, but my arrival jolted her awake. Before she could snap at me for waking her so suddenly, we heard the growling again, only this time it came from the spot on my parents' bed that I had just vacated. And we felt like something was glaring at us, even though it was broad daylight and there wasn't anyone else in the room but us. My sister and I huddled together under her blanket, and I could feel that whatever was there was watching us as we lay there the whole time. Since the bedroom door was on the other side of the room, there was no way that we could get out. When our parents came back from the hospital, they found us shaking, and we couldn't even speak. When we finally could talk, we told them what happened. It was obvious they believed us, and didn't leave us for the rest of the day. I remember clinging tightly to my mother for that whole week. And when my older sister and I managed to talk about what happened, she told me one of the things that had freaked her out about the encounter was how white my face was and how scared I'd looked, since I was always the braver one of the two. She said that the last time she had seen me look so scared was on the night that I had been chased into the bedroom by what she suspected was a demonic spirit. My mother succumbed to the leukemia that tore at her body during Christmas of that year, and in losing her, I lost the one person who had ever truly loved me. For the next story I wish to share with you, it's important to note that I am from the Philippines. I've had several paranormal experiences since I was a child, including the ones from earlier, although they are most limited to seeing figures out of the corner of my eye that aren't there when I look, or the feeling of another presence with me, and knowing that I am not alone. Although there is an encounter where I saw a figure as clear as day in the wee hours of the morning that still haunts me. I was 16 years old this time, and spending the weekend with two of my cousins from my late mother's side, since my father was going to be working to fill in a co-worker who had taken a few days off due to his wife giving birth to a new child. I arrived at my aunt's house on a cloudy Friday evening that promised a heavy night of rain with some overnight clothes, and my cousins, Erin and Will, aged 11 and 8 respectively. We were happy to see them, and after dinner I helped the housekeeper with the dishes while my aunt gave the kids their pre-bedtime baths, and soon we were all settled in for the night. I was given the guest room, overlooking the backyard that had a huge tree that bears a fruit that we call chicle here in the Philippines. After a quick Google Translate, I learnt that it's called sapota, or may be known as mud apple or nooseberry. In any case, said tree overlooks the mini swimming pool that is directly below my window. Erin came to my room with her pillow, asking if she could sleep next to me. I was more than happy to oblige, since she was my favorite amongst all the cousins on my mother's side. Her little brother Will followed a few minutes later, asking if he could sleep in my room also, but I could sense that Erin had come into my room to get away from Will, since he was her parents' preferred child, and she often felt left out. Even without saying it, I knew Erin also asked to sleep in my room, since I was one of the few people who wasn't that fond of her brother, and I always preferred her company over his. I explained to Will that if he and Erin slept in my room, his mother would be alone, and that it would be really sad. He bought onto my reasoning and bid us all good night. Erin fell asleep beside me almost instantly while holding my hand, and after a few minutes of listening to her breathing, I too fell asleep, just as the rain started to fall, with the comforting pitter-patter outside the window. Some of the branches of the tree outside the window were long and thick, and I could clearly see a figure that looked like an 8-year-old boy, standing with one of his hands resting on the trunk, as if for balance. The funny thing is that the figure was completely black. I couldn't see any of its facial features. The only distinguishable detail I could make out, aside from what I described earlier, was the figure's short but somewhat unruly hair. Although I could see the figure's face, I could feel its eyes on me the entire time. I don't know why, but I wasn't scared, and my mind was completely blank. Probably because I was still sleepy, even though I knew that what I was looking at was real. After returning the figure's gaze for a full minute, I gave it a casual wave to say goodnight, and lay back down beside Erin. I fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. When I next opened them, I found that it was 7:30 in the morning, and everyone else was only just starting to stir. Remember the figure from 3 a.m.? I sat up slowly, careful not to wake Erin, and looked at the tree that was now bathed in sunlight. The figure was now gone. I didn't speak about the 3 a.m. encounter, since I knew that Erin specifically was terrified of ghosts. However, I told my father when he picked me up Sunday afternoon. He didn't say anything. but I could tell that it troubled him so. He told me to draw the curtains next time I was asked to sleep over, and I always closed the curtains at home. But since Erin had asked to leave them open when I slept there, I had obliged. What do you think the figure was? I know of these little dwarves/elves in Filipino folklore, along with some malevolent entities that my older sister and I simply refer to as plant people, since they can appear as plants or shapeshift into someone you know, only to snatch you away if you're close enough for them to grab you. About 8 years ago, when I was a senior in high school, me and two of my very close friends decided to break into this house that was down a back road that we passed every day to go to one of their houses after school. The house was kept up, but no one had lived there in over 10 years at the time. And by kept up, I mean the lawn was mown and the lights were always on. It was pretty well known in the community that no one lived there, but the bills were paid by someone, and no one had lived there in years. So being teenagers, we decided to check it out after dark. There was a driveway that led to a covered garage in the back of the property that couldn't be seen from the road. We pulled in just after 11 p.m. and made our way back to the garage, and we parked. The entrance was clear, and there wasn't a soul around. Since the garage was behind the house, we made our way to the back entrance of the house and noticed there was a plywood slab that covered the back door's windowed top half. We proceeded to pry the cover off the door and revealed that the windows had been broken before, probably by another group of teens in the past, and we had our entrance. Once we climbed through, each helping the last through the window and into what was the kitchen at the back of the house. Once in the kitchen, we moved to the eerily tidy living room of the house, which was sort of infamous for being the room in the house with the lights on. There were magazines all dated to 1998, stacked neatly on the table in the middle of the room, and it was fairly clear that an elderly woman had once been the occupant. There was a sewing station and decor to suggest this. We felt safe at this point. We had made it in there, and there weren't neighbors or anything for half a mile in either direction. We sat around for about a half hour, freestyle rapping, laughing, and smoking a joint. We toured the rest of the house and ended up back in the living room. It was overall pretty creepy, but pretty typical too. Just seemed like a normal household that hadn't been changed in 15 years. This is where it gets weird. We were still cutting up in the living room, and had actually turned the lights off because we were filming each other with my Lenovo laptop, something we did for fun all the time back then, so we could relive it and show our friends that we had braved the empty house on the back road. When all of a sudden, there was a sound like an old guttural truck trying its hardest to stay idling. The uneven rumble of an engine. It's hard to explain. I personally thought for a split second it was the air unit's fan outside the living room wall, or something along those lines. We froze in place and looked around at each other in the dark. Terrified faces stared back at me, illuminated by the glow of the laptop. After 10 seconds of the rumble, there was a squeak, and a heavy truck door slammed shut right outside the living room wall. Now we scrambled. No hesitation, we bolted for the front door that also connected to the living room, because climbing through that back door window would have been difficult in a panic, but the front door had actually been nailed shut. So we turned and ran to the other side of the house, in the back bedroom that was also on the back side of the house. We all three froze and didn't move a muscle. The engine rumble wasn't audible anymore, but we were trapped like mice. There were huge bushes covering every window, and the front door was nailed shut. The only way out was the way we had come in, but we were literally scared motionless. We sat in the bedroom waiting for the police or owner or someone to call out that our fun is over and to come out, but that never happened. There was a window to the backyard in our hiding spot, covered by a huge bush. I personally was directly next to it. My buddies very close to me, almost huddled around me. They could see and hear everything. And let me remind you that after the slam of the truck door, it was absolutely silent inside and out, besides us scrambling to the back. All of a sudden, chills go up my arm and back, and I slowly turn my head to my friends, who looked like they were about to keel over from fright. Footsteps in crunching leaves were coming, slowly, directly to the window that we were hiding behind. They stopped as close as they could, without walking directly into the bush, and we froze again. The footsteps we heard approaching the window were undoubtedly bipedal. After the steps stopped outside the window, we were immobilized with fear for nearly a minute, maybe more. We sat there waiting for the steps to depart or someone to call out at us, which never happened. The steps stopped outside the window and never moved. Only then did we silently agree. It was time to back out the room slowly, as we were horrified by what exactly could be staring towards us in this window. And at that moment we threw caution to the wind. We got up, slowly backpedaled away from the window and made our way into the hallway outside the room, and into the area before the kitchen where our exit was now back in sight. I think all three of us knew that something was very wrong about all of this, and I think getting caught by the police or the owner wasn't on any of our minds. This was very surreal, and felt almost like a prank, because there's no way people of authority would be haunting us in the way whoever was outside had been doing. So fed up of what felt like an eternity of unease and terror, we decided to bolt to the window in the door in the kitchen all at once and go out together, to either face what had been tormenting us or run. Once we were outside, we counted down from 3 and ran past the huge bushes to the left where our stalker had been. I couldn't help it. I had to turn around and look. I turned, and all I saw were the lights beaming from the window broken up by the bush and illuminating a patch of ground covered in what appeared to be undisturbed leaves. This made my whole body crawl in a way I've never felt before or honestly after. We made it to my car in the garage, and I backed out and tore away as fast as I ever had. There was no vehicle outside. There wasn't anything. There was a deafening silence and stillness. We are still very uneasy talking about it to this day. Even writing this makes my eyes water and my skin crawl. I've always been a man of science and a huge skeptic, but I can't explain that night. There was something so wrong about everything. Needless to say, we never went back. The first time I had a supernatural experience, I was about 5 years old. My mother used to fly sailplanes earlier in her youth, and still had a lot of friends in the airfield, and would often take me with her for a bit of hanging around, grilling, or flying on small planes owned by her friends. It was always a lot of fun. Bordering the airfields were woods where a lot of people associated with the place had small summer cabins for staying over. This one weekend, my mum and I were going to stay at her friend's cabin. It was already dark when we got there, and I remember first walking into it and looking around. There was a large dining table with chairs, and just to the left of the entrance, a beautifully carved wooden chest. The head of the table was about 2 meters away from the chest, and that's where I sat while my mum and the other lady went into the adjacent kitchen to cook up something to eat. The door to the kitchen was at the other end of the table, right in front of me. So the little me was sitting on the chair, dangling my legs as I couldn't reach the floor, drawing, when I felt something hug me from behind. I knew it wasn't my mum, as I had just seen her go into the kitchen. I didn't get too long to contemplate, as the grip tightened and I got swung backwards along with the chair. I was sitting on it and was dragged backwards towards the chest. The chair slammed into it with such force that I almost fell over. Naturally, I started screaming. Both women ran to me, my mum lost trying to calm me. My mum's friend looked a little shaken, but said that they were bogeymen living in the chest and that they have always been strange things happening, but she had never seen anything this severe. We did stay the night, but nothing else happened. But this has been etched into my memory. I recently asked my mum about it, and she confirmed that it wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me. The second time I was a little older. My mum and I had moved out of my grandparents and into our own apartment, but I would still visit my grandparents every weekend and stay over. I think I must have been about 7 at the time. It was around 9 in the evening, and my grandma was putting me to bed. The bed was positioned in such a way that my feet were facing the door and I could see the corridor. As it was still a bit early for my grandparents, they closed my door so the hallway light would not bother me. I rolled onto my side, thinking that I wasn't tired at all, looking for my Tetris game I had near the bed, when I saw the bright light at the door. Figuring it was my grandma checking in to see if I wasn't about to do exactly what I was planning to do, I turned back to the door and it was closed. The light was coming from above it. As my eyes adjusted to the brightness, I could make out stairs in the beam of light, and then bare feet descending. I quickly decided that I did not want to see whatever it was that was coming down the steps, and did what any kid would do, hid under the covers. When I finally got the courage to look out again, it was dark. The third experience happened years later. By this time, I had rekindled the relationship with my father and would visit him during the weekends and holidays. He lived on the opposite side of the same city, a little on the outskirts, and I would have to take 2 buses to get there. It was autumn, and darkness came earlier this season. The second bus I was taking would start its route in the city centre, pass a shady neighbourhood, then go through some fields up a long hill, and finally get to the suburb in which he lived. As it was a Friday evening, the bus was quite full, and I was standing next to the door looking out. I couldn't see that much with the bus being lit, and there being twilight outside. I leaned my face against the glass so I could see better. At this time, the bus had just started climbing the hill I mentioned earlier. There was nothing but open, weedy fields and a few scattered trees out there, and I could see a man running across the fields. My first thought was that he was out jogging. But why was he jogging in the field? The weeds were waist high, definitely not a pleasant evening run. The man was dressed in all white, which made it easy for me to follow him. As I was watching him, I started to get an eerie feeling, but I couldn't put my finger on it. So I kept at it, and then it sort of hit me. The road up with the hill was a long, straight one, where no one kept to the speed limit, and the bus was going at least 60. But I had been watching this man run through waist-long grass parallel to the bus for a few minutes now, and he wasn't in any way lagging behind. As soon as that realization got to me, the man turned slightly and stepped towards the road. My eyes were glued. As I remembered the last time something like this happened, I hid under the covers and almost missed it. So I was determined. The man got closer and closer, bigger and bigger, and then slammed against the glass of the door right in my face. I felt the impact and recoiled, and then the man just disappeared. I looked around at the other passengers. Surely someone must have seen it, surely. There was another person standing right next to me, looking out the same door window. Nothing. None of them saw a thing. When the bus finally reached my stop, there was still a bit of walking through a wooded area to get to my father's house. I don't think I've ever ran so fast in all my life, before or since. The creepy part came on Sunday when I was going home, this time in daylight. I wasn't going to go through there at night. I was looking onto the other side of the road, trying to find some clues as to what happened. And right at the spot where I had seen the ghostly man hit the bus was a pile of dead brown flowers and burnt out candles. The kind people put at the sites of accidents when someone passes away. I'm 23 now. This started when I was 3 or 4. Everything that happened that night, I remember like it was yesterday. The memory is so vivid and forever in my mind. The second floor of my house at the time was really just a small landing with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom off it. Immediately at the top and to your right was my bedroom. The bathroom adjacent to the stairs, then my sister's bedroom, and my parents' bedroom. My mum would put my sister and I to bed at 7 o'clock every night. I always had issues falling asleep as a kid, but would eventually drift off. My bedroom had a closet next to the door, and next to that, 2 windows with a dresser sitting between them, with my bed pushed against the wall, foot end of the bed near the door. One night, not unlike any other, we're put to bed and I finally find sleep after a few hours of just lying there, only to wake up some hours later. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning. I rolled over to scan my room. I've always been afraid of the dark, so the room was lit up and my nightlight was plugged in at the end of the bed. Standing in front of the window furthest from me, near the closet, I saw what I thought at the time was an angel, quite literally glittering gold in front of my eyes, standing at least 7 feet tall, staring out the window. My movement must have grabbed its attention, because immediately its head turned to look at me. There were no facial features except for a strong, defined jawline, though faceless. It wasn't like a freaky facelessness. At this point, I was more curious than afraid. Then it started to yell at me. It kept telling me to shut up. The yelling quickly turned to screaming and I freaked. I was one giant goosebump, and I got up from bed, opened my door and looked into the lit hallway. My parents always left that light on at night in case my sister or I needed something or got scared in the middle of the night. Almost in slow motion, I noticed the air felt too still. Something was off. Before I could process anything, I took 1 step forward, and out of the bathroom shoots this thing. It gets right in front of my face, screaming a blood-curdling scream that still echoes in my ear to the day. The face of this thing was just grey and sinister, eyes completely blacked out, skin cracked, no lips, just a black hollow hole with the screams coming from it. Long, black hair flying around, as if there were a fan switched on behind it, and I lost it. I screamed so loud, I swear the entire house shook. I barged into my parents' room, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. My mum looked scared and confused. My dad, just terrified. I don't remember what happened after that. I'm sure I told my parents what happened and ended up sleeping with them for the next few weeks. Growing up, I asked my mum about that night, and she explained how I barged in crying, rambling off some story about an angel or something. Today, I don't know what it was. My dad, on the other hand, never said much about it, and instead started warning me to stay away from Ouija boards, and told me some freaky stories about things that had happened to him. As my parents divorced, growing up, things got worse with respect to what I was being exposed to. My dad would show me scary pop-up videos and play creepy music. I was 6 or 7 at this point. Safe to say I hated going to my dad's because I thought whatever I'd seen that night was somehow connected to him. Eventually my mum remarried. We moved and things were okay. Then I decided to stop seeing my dad completely, for unrelated reasons, as I was 9 years old at this time. And that's when things started again. The air was ridiculously heavy all the time. I hated sleeping in my room. I always felt like there was something at the end of my bed, just watching me. I tried to ignore it. For 9 years, constantly living in fear, we moved out of that house to somewhere around the corner. And once my mum and stepdad divorced, that way we wouldn't have to switch schools as I was about to graduate high school and my sister still had 1 more year. I still had access to the house as my ex-stepdad still lived there. They were using my old bedroom for storage and always kept the blinds closed, as I had while living there. One morning when everyone in my old house was at work, my friend and I decided to sesh in the garage quickly. We had the okay from the ex-stepdad, so long as we weren't driving anywhere afterwards. We walked through the front door, through the foyer to the garage, and got settled. I could already feel the extra 10 pounds on my chest, and I really wanted to make this quick. I had previously spoken with my friend about what I was feeling in this house, as we had been friends for years at this point, but never gave her much context. Not even 5 minutes into the sesh, we heard the footsteps above the garage, i.e. my old bedroom. My entire body went cold. My friend immediately looked at me, and we waited for another second and heard them again. This time, like a stomp type running around the room. We said screw it, packed up and got the hell out of there. I locked up and walked down the driveway completely freaked, trying to push the thousands of thoughts running through my mind out my head. Then, my friend let out a tiny shriek. I turned back to immediately ask her what was wrong. They were doing some work. I thought she could have stepped on a rogue nail or something, but the horror was written on her face, and I looked up at the window where the blinds were closed. I asked her again what was up. She said for whatever reason she felt like she needed to look up to my old bedroom. She said the blinds were open in the window looking down on us, and I quote her words, "This thing, with black hair and black eyes and cracked skin, and just a hollow black hole for a mouth, was staring down." She said it so fast, terror was oozing from every word she said. That's when she burst into tears, and so did I. I was too freaked out to tell her what happened when I was a kid, and I didn't want to scare her more. I suggested we get the hell out of there. Since then, nothing's happened. I recently traveled to Rome, specifically the Vatican, and got a blessed St. Michael pendant for extra measure, seeing as whatever it was followed me in silence throughout the years. The thing hasn't bothered me other than showing up in a very specific nightmare I've had every 8 to 10 years since my first encounter. If this thing is still on my tail, I'll be due for a nightmare within the next year. There are a number of stories that I wish to share with you about the house I used to live in. I was home alone in the bath, but I had closed the door so that my dogs wouldn't run in and try to jump into the bath too, as they always did. I was there for a good 45 to 50 minutes, and when I climbed out and opened the door, there had been a table moved right in front of it. I never heard a thing while it was happening. Never even heard my dogs bark, and they bark for anything, and they were playing outside, which was so strange for them. There was also a stage of about 3 to 4 weeks where my dogs would refuse to sleep in my house. They would rather sleep outside. Within that time, I would constantly feel like I was being watched, hearing people coughing or sneezing outside my window. One morning, I awoke with a scratch on my face. Remember, the dogs were all outside as they were refusing to sleep inside with me. I woke up in the middle of the night once. I was partly asleep, partly awake. I needed to use the bathroom, but I couldn't get through the door. Something kept blocking me and pushing me back. I was physically pushed back to my bed, and I just remembered climbing back in. I woke up next morning, like thank goodness it was just a dream. Got up and realized I was on the wrong side of the bed, and I was filled with scratch marks down my arms and legs. Scared the ever-loving crap out of me. This one's more on a funny note. Every night at 9 the door would rattle. Seriously, every night. Now my mum and her husband also picked up on this, and one night my mum decides she's going to stand by the door and wait for the rattle sound of the door handle. So without her knowledge, her husband jumps through the bedroom window and runs to the front door and rattles it. I have never seen her run, glide and fly through the passage so fast. Like I've never seen anyone so scared. I felt bad for her, but hey, cruel pranks. This other story is from my other house. I could honestly spend hours telling the stories of the crazy stuff from living there. Now this specific house is the house I grew up in, and the first time I ever saw something was when I was about 7. I had a playroom that was in the bottom part of the house. The house was set up in a way that it was just one long passage, 6 bedrooms and my toy room. That was the last bedroom at the end. Now, we never went to the bottom part of the house. I always thought it was because we never needed to. It's only later I found out the real reason. To get back to the story, one specific day I had something I didn't recognize come into my room and told me to start running. I just about crapped myself and ran to my mum. She immediately told me it was nothing, and that it was probably my shadow and the TV in the background. Only when I was older she admitted she'd actually seen it herself. I described exactly what I saw and never spoke of it again. Fast forward a few years later. My little cousin, about 5 at the time, comes running out of the same room screaming to her mum that a shadow told her to start running. Another incident, I would usually lay in the entertainment area and watch TV at the bottom of the passage. Only in the day though, nobody dared doing that at night. My back was towards the rest of the passage as I was laying on the couch. I was home alone at the time, and we had tiles, so I hear footsteps walking towards me, and naturally assumed it was my dad, so I didn't think anything of it, until after a few seconds I turn around, and there was nobody there. There was another incident, in the house I grew up in, like I've just said, but I wanted to point out that I've always had animals growing up, never just 1 or 2 in the same house. Maybe I'd have 2 dogs and 3 cats at one time. Now see, this is all perfectly normal until you realize that while having animals and living there, none of my animals would ever get to reach their first birthday. They would always die. I've lost so many animals in my lifetime, it still messes with me. They would all just pass away of illness, and it would be so out of nowhere. One day they'd be happy and healthy, and the next, we'd find them. My mum and I still talk about it, even though it's a touchy subject. We really loved all those animals, and it was terrible. Every single person that knew that house completely believes that there was something wrong with it. Now, for the part that most certainly can't be explained. There was a brief moment in living in the house where all my animals had passed, and we had none, and I remember it like it were yesterday. I would literally still hear my animals running down my passage past my bedroom every night. Both my parents and absolutely anyone who came wouldn't be able to get past the third child's bedroom. They'd immediately get goosebumps. You could honestly feel someone watching you. You could feel the cold wind when there was no one there. You'd get goosebumps, the air would lighten up, and you'd tense up. It was horrible. We ended up moving out of that house when I was 13. One day we went to visit the new owners of the house a few years later. I can't remember why exactly, but they actually asked if we'd ever experienced anything weird and strange in the house. I remember the intense conversations that night between the two families. The house I'm currently living in, I found out that the old woman that used to stay here was heavily into witchcraft, and her husband passed away here. When my brother and I were much younger, we'd have to stay at my grandparents' when my mum and dad went on vacation. This happened a lot, as my dad's company would allow my mum to go with him on business trips. There was only ever one guest bedroom in my grandparents' room, so my brother and I had to share a double bed. My brother always fought with me about who had to sleep near the edge of the bed, as the other side was against a wall. I always lost and would settle in for a sleepless night. The only way I can describe it is every night, an hour after I got to bed, someone would sit down next to me. It never made me feel threatened, but it was always creepy to be hummed songs and have my hair moved. One night I had enough of it and had to get out of the room. As I walked out into the living room, I saw my grandfather sitting in his favorite chair. He looked up at me and asked if Ben and June had awoken me. I quickly asked who Ben was and what he was talking about. His story quickly unfolded. During his first marriage, he had a son who would have been 23 and engaged. Him and his fiancée came to visit one night and slept in the room. They left late that night after arguing profusely. My grandfather overheard that June was pregnant and didn't want to scare Ben. On the way home, they were hit by a drunk driver and both passed away. I went back to sleep, leaving my grandfather muttering for a good hour or more out in the living room. Sometime after he went to sleep, and I felt the familiar presence sit on the side of the bed with me. To be clear, my brother and I fought about it because he felt the same thing, and we never wanted to sleep on that side of the bed. He always assumed I never noticed it. My husband and I bought a townhouse back in September of 2017, and we've had super weird things happen since. Most of these experiences have happened on our second story. For background, where the stairs come up to my office is immediately to the left. Then there is a long hall to the right with the hallway bathroom. The laundry room just past that is my son's room on the other side, and the master bedroom at the very end of the hall. The access to the attic is in the master bedroom closet. As our family goes, it's me, my husband, our son, and our two large dogs. When we first moved in, our son was barely 3 years old and had just started making full sentences. He would be playing all day without any issues, but whenever it started to get dark outside, he began getting nervous and wouldn't want to be in his room. He'd come downstairs at one point saying, "Mummy, do you hear it?" "Hear what, kiddo?" "The baby's crying, Mummy." My son is an only child, so you can imagine my confusion at this time. I came upstairs with him and asked him where he was hearing it from, thinking he may be hearing the neighbors through the wall. He took my hand and pulled me towards the master bedroom, stopping just a short over the threshold. He pointed to the darkest corner of the room and said, "Over there. The baby's crying over there." My body went numb. I tried to brush it off and told him there's no baby there and he's just imagining it. This persisted for about a month before he finally stopped talking about the crying baby. During this time I had been doing research on our house, and there had been no deaths in that house that I could find, let alone any kids that lived in the house before us. A few weeks after my son stopped mentioning the baby, I started hearing scratching noises above my head in the attic. I told my husband and he thought we had raccoons or some other animal living in the attic. He went up a few days later, but found nothing. I'm normally a heavy sleeper, but at least twice a week I would wake up to hear a faint scratching noise directly above me. I did my best to try and ignore it and go back to sleep. This seemed to work, as we hadn't had an issue for a while up until recently. I have always felt somewhat uneasy on the second floor, but I just attributed it to my past paranormal experiences growing up and being a little paranoid. Now, I'm thinking my senses were on point. A few months ago, my husband and I were talking about how our son had this weird affinity for the crying baby when he was younger, and I had mentioned that one day when I was taking a nap, I woke up abruptly, being sideways on the bed with one leg hanging off towards the closet, almost like I was being dragged towards it. However, I don't remember being pulled at all. All I do is flop around a lot in my sleep, so I brushed it off. After I told my husband about this, he frowned a little bit and said he had a weird experience too recently. Apparently, he woke up one morning around 2:30 a.m. and saw a figure standing by his side of the bed. He said it was all black, and he couldn't really make out a face or any distinct features. He went to kick the figure, thinking maybe someone had broken into the house, and his foot went right through it. This freaked him out a little bit, but he's a firm believer that if you don't acknowledge paranormal things, they can't do anything. So of course he rolls over and goes to sleep, and doesn't even think to mention it to me until I told him about my own experience. The whole time we've been here, the dogs will randomly get spooked or will stare at something that I don't see. Every once in a while, our wolf hybrid, who's typically scared of his own shadow, will get very upset, and his hair will stand on end, and he will emit a low but vicious growl. Our other dog is a Malinois/Black Lab mix, but she's getting old and is 10 years old now, and doesn't really do much other than sleep on her bed and try to get all the pets and treats from us. And this brings us to the present. Yesterday there was a decent storm that came through our area. It was semi-dark out, and thunder every once in a while. I'm working from home during the virus pandemic, and my mum had come to pick up my son around 11:30 so that I could work in peace without my son continually bothering me. A few hours later, I'm listening to a podcast while working, and I hear a faint mumble that almost sounded like, "Mummy?" The chilling thing is that it sounded exactly like my son. I turned around to tell him that he needed to go back to his room and not bother me while I was working. But as I was turning, I remembered he wasn't even home. I was here alone with the dogs. There was no one behind me, and no one down the hall. At this point, I try to brush it off, thinking my mind is playing a trick on me, when my wolf hybrid starts losing it. All his hair stands on end. He gets between me and the door and starts doing this low growl. This freaked me out a little bit, but I told him to stop, which he listened to, and laid back down, but without taking his eyes off the hallway. About an hour later, I was in the zone with work, and was talking to a co-worker on our team chat. They sent me something funny enough to make me audibly laugh. I then heard a tiny giggle that sounds exactly like my son, coming from his room down the hall, who still isn't home at this point. I nearly fall out of my chair with how scared I was. I got up and checked all the rooms upstairs, but I was home alone like I had thought. I had to get back to work as we were starting to get busy, but I was on edge and straining to hear if anything else was happening behind me. 10 minutes later, I hear the crash of something relatively small but still loud downstairs. My dogs run down the steps while I follow behind them. My PlayStation controller, which was originally on the charging stand behind the TV, was in the middle of the living room floor. This made my blood run cold, as we had not had anything physically moved yet, and I was having a full-blown panic attack. I called my husband, who was already on his way home, and said he would be there soon. When he got home, everything seemed to have stopped. This all happened from 2 to 4:30 in the middle of a little thunderstorm. I've looked into it, and from what I can gather, when something can mimic voices, it's typically evil or demonic. Should I be worried? What do I do in this situation? I don't want to scare my son, and we can't move, but I'm extremely paranoid and scared to be home alone right now. My sweet little grandparents are essentially my parents. They raised me most of my life and gave me everything. My family is fairly international, and my grandparents would often take trips out of the US to go to visit various family members. I would go with them often when I was younger, but as I got older and they retired, they would occasionally go on trips without me while I was still in high school. On this occasion, they had left to go to the UK for 2 weeks. I was 17 at the time, and they deemed me old enough to stay home alone for the last week of school and first week of summer vacation. We lived in a nice house in the more suburban area of our city, in a gated community. The neighbors knew I would be alone and thus had emergency keys to our place, as well as being on call if I should need anything. Our house had an alarm system, which was great at first and did help us feel very safe and secure as we slept or if we were away. Before they left, the alarm had been set off a few times in the night, but it was not only for the doors but the windows as well, and I believe it even had a motion detector for the last room and kitchen areas, as none of us tended to wander into those areas at night when the alarm was set. The few times it went off, we couldn't tell what had tripped it, and concluded that maybe a bird had knocked into the window and set it off. None of us were particularly concerned about it. My grandparents left for their trip, and per the usual when they were gone, I would sleep in their bedroom as it was closer to the alarm pad, had a phone in the room for emergencies, and was also closer to the laundry room, where we tucked our 2 small pups into sleep every night. It just made me feel more secure since I was still a little wary of being alone at night. The second night I was alone, the alarm was tripped at about 2 a.m. It wasn't a school night, so I was up watching TV, but when it went off, nothing sounded like it had been broken or open, and the dogs weren't barking at all. So I stayed on the phone with the alarm company while I checked everything out. It was also a freakishly loud alarm, so the husband of one of my neighbors ran over and cleared the house with me. We concluded another bird had hit the window somewhere, so even though nothing was found, I reluctantly went back to bed and slept without incident. A week passed with no further issues. I had friends over the next Friday, a few days before my grandparents were set to return. We swam, indulged in a little wine, and played rock band until the wee hours of the morning. I saw everyone off, cleaned the house until about 3 a.m., and passed out in bed. It should be noted that I slept with the bedroom door locked, and all the lights off except in the foyer and entryway. I woke up in panic at around 4:30. The alarm is going off, and the dogs were going absolutely bonkers behind the laundry room door. Most disturbingly, one of the lights in the master bathroom was turned on. I had a single glass of wine, and I knew I hadn't woken up to use the bathroom because I noticed just how badly I had to pee when this was all happening. It was odd too because the specific light had come on and we rarely used it. It lit up the big jacuzzi tub in the corner of the master bathroom, and, different from all the rest of the normal-sized light switches on the panel, it was a small sideways switch underneath the rest. The alarm company called me. I was terrified this time, so I grabbed the phone and hid under the bed. They asked me if I was okay and relayed that the motion detectors in the living room were going off. Someone was inside the house. It seemed like hours went by, though it was mere minutes, before I heard my neighbor unlocking the front door. He came in, found me, and cleared the house with me. No one was inside, and no one would have been able to get out while I waited by the front door. The rest of the doors were locked, no windows were open, and nothing had been smashed. He even checked the attic, though it had a minimal crawl space, and we would have heard the ladder creaking loudly as it had been pulled down and back up, so we knew no one hid there. I ended up spending the next few nights until my grandparents returned with the neighbors and their kids who I frequently babysat. After that night, I felt the strangest heaviness in the house for weeks. It was oppressive, and even my deeply religious grandparents noted how the feel of the house was just off. I never saw anything, never heard noises after that, but the house felt dark and heavy for weeks. To this day, the thought of that night still freaks me out. Eventually, the house seemed to return to normal, but I never felt comfortable alone there after dark again. I still wonder what was inside that house that night. My grandpa was the best man I have ever met. He was like a father to me as a child, as I didn't have one of my own, or one that wasn't a psychotic Marine Corps drill instructor. He would play pranks on me as a child until my teen years. He would mess with me until the day he died, and he would try to scare me, poke my ears when I was sitting in front of him, and just play jokes on poor, unexpecting people. About 2 years ago, he met up with some friends that we lived next to in Alaska. He hadn't seen them in about 18 years, since I was a baby. My grandpa was in the army as a paratrooper, and the friends he was meeting on that day were also stationed there, and he was bunkmates. Even back then, he would pull pranks on the rest of the guys. My grandfather met them in town and had a great day. He showed them around, showed them Fort Knox and everything his little town had to offer. He took them to the mall and then out to eat. Normal friend stuff. However, there are photos that add only mystery to the story. In the photos, you can see him and my grandma side by side, and then the old neighbor's friends that he used to hang out with. But as the day goes on, you can see my grandfather's face turn from happy to sour. And in the last photos, it almost looks like he's looking into the distance and sees a ghost, as he's got a terrified expression on his face. I have only seen this face when he first wakes up in the morning. Pure fear. He probably has nightmares of everything he had to do while in the forces. He could never tell me, classification issues and the like. But he told me he made the mistake of looking into the eyes of the man whose life he ended, and that it would haunt him forever. He had horrible PTSD and would often sleep with a police scanner under his pillow. That he said it reminded him of military radios and helped him go to sleep. I thought this only brought more misery, but there's more on that coming soon. You see, my grandfather loved to smile, but that day he seemed off, looking into the distance, concerned, like he sees a ghost of some sort. A few hours after that photo was taken, he went home, sat in his favorite chair, turned on his favorite show, and told my grandma he was taking a nap, as he was feeling exhausted from that day. He never woke up. He was pronounced dead when the medics arrived. It hurts to this day, but I don't think his legacy stopped in that chair. He died at the end of March, and his funeral, fittingly, was on April 1st. Even in his casket, he looked like he was smiling, as if he was going to jump up at any moment and say April Fools and play a big joke. Even before that, when we had to confirm the body in the morgue, He looked like he was smiling and ready to jump up and mess with us. Here's where everything gets strange though. My grandma started having really vivid dreams with him, which is not uncommon for someone who just lost a loved one. After that, on their anniversary, my grandma got a phone call. The call was from my grandpa. It had his face, his number, his contact. This is coming from her. She's never lied. She said she immediately looked at his phone and that it was still plugged in above the fireplace in the living room. Still had service and everything. She was so freaked out, but answered the call in hopes that she could talk beyond the grave. She said all she could hear was static, and then she heard a loud pop and the call ended. She will occasionally get calls from his cell phone, but she never answers it anymore. I arrived at my grandma's house earlier this year to help her in the cleaning of the process of her house. Her house is in terrible condition since a natural spring, right where the previous owner ended his life, mind you, sprung in their basement and has flooded all the way to the stairs leading into it. The water has been pumped out, but there is black mold covering everything. The place looks like an abandoned fallout shelter that got destroyed in some sort of blast. I tried to help her dig up all the old treasures from her basement, and this was the first time going down there since my grandfather had passed away. I already had reservations about the visit because my mum told me on her visits that my grandpa will mess with her, turn off lights, close doors, footsteps and whatnot, but I never expected anything to happen to me. The house had a whole new feel to it. It felt heavy, besides being partially destroyed. Every room appeared to have a bug infestation of some kind, which my grandmother didn't seem to mind, as she loves ladybugs. Not even in the first 30 minutes, my grandma tells me to grab my old house slippers from my old room. She tells me they're in the top drawer and she put them in there yesterday. I wanted the slippers because my grandma had cats, and those cats weren't very tidy if you know what I mean. I walk into the room, turn on the light, and I open the drawer only to find that nothing is there. I open a few drawers and find old toys from where I was a kid, but no slippers. I tell my grandmother that nothing is in the drawer, and my mum walks into the room and opens the drawer only to find nothing inside either. My grandmother makes her way into my room and proceeds to open the drawers. She struggles as if it's heavy, and then it swiftly slides open. The drawer is no longer empty, but filled with old books, board games, toys and trinkets. And finally, my slippers, laying atop of everything. My mum and I step back in astonishment. The drawer had absolutely nothing in it, but has somehow magically filled itself with everything. It almost resembled a magic trick done in Vegas. It took a while to get rid of the weird vibe I had from the magical drawer, but I did start noticing things around the house that didn't make sense in the following days. My grandmother would have things laid out that went missing, only to be found in the exact same place they were left. I found an old bottle of my grandpa's cologne in my bag. Lights would blow or turn off. The barn/shed areas of the garage would open and close by themselves, even with the batteries taken out of the remote, and you could hear footsteps, hear loud wind on the windows when there was no wind outside, and constantly have strange dreams. On the last night I was there, I had a strange dream that I documented. In the dream I was working on my grandma's computer, as she was walking around doing random cleaning things while my mum was on her phone, texting on the couch. We were all in the living room, and I walked into the kitchen, in the other room, only to find that the basement door had been turned into a large dining room area, and the dining room was still a dining room, but I didn't think much about it. I filled a glass of water and looked out the kitchen window into the large field behind her house. There was a car, a green car, a '69 Corvette Stingray, that drove through the backyard from the driveway and parked itself in the grass. I turned around and asked my grandma if one of my grandpa's friends drove a Corvette. She walked into the kitchen with me and said, "No," but looked outside with me, only to find there was nothing in the backyard. She asked me what I was talking about, to which I told her about the car that had just seemed to disappear. She told me that I sounded crazy. But as I looked out the front window, I could see more cars pulling into the driveway. The first one was a teal Acura NSX. The second was a bright white color Porsche 911. And the third was some sort of red muscle car that I couldn't pinpoint. All three pulled into the backyard and disappeared. My grandma said that the ghost of the house was messing with us, to which I replied, "What ghost?" So she told me about two twin girls that died in a fire in that house, that haunted and supposedly played jokes on people. We didn't even stop to think whether or not it was my grandpa. I walked into the other room, and my grandma told me to come back quickly. I ran back, and we heard footsteps in front of us. She told me it was the little girls trying to lead her to something. She followed them, but I went back into the other room and continued working on the computer. My mum was asking me what was going on. But hold on. Before I start this part, I do want to say that any time I'm telling this story, it happens. I will explain later. My mum asked what was going on, and I tried to explain, when suddenly we got a call. The caller ID said 0. We thought it was bizarre, so she answered it and hung up saying no one was there. Suddenly the house phone started next to me. My cell phone, my mum's cell phone, and my grandma's cell phone, we all got calls from the same number. 0. I answered them all, but couldn't remember what was being said on the phone. I remember it being important, but I don't remember what was said. I couldn't even remember what was being said when I woke up the next day. Back to the dream. My mum runs into the kitchen where my grandma is still trying to follow the footsteps that are leading in circles. I stand up and go back into the kitchen to help and just explain what happened. Suddenly everyone keeps hearing the footsteps go away and a little girl's voice laughing. We thought it was weird, and my mum followed it while I stayed back and watched. As my mum walked in front of the dining room, that was supposed to be the basement door entrance, towards me, when suddenly a bell that was tied to a Christmas tree started moving and jingling. I told everyone to stop as soon as I heard it, and told them that this wasn't two little girls playing games, but that it was in fact my grandpa. They stopped and said, "Oh yeah." For some odd reason everything stopped, and I decided for some reason that I needed a new glass of water. Oddly enough, when I went to the cabinet to get some water, there was an old clock attached to the front of it. It was ticking very loudly and reminded me of my grandpa, who again used to work on clocks of that nature. I opened the cabinet to grab a glass, but then, when I closed it, I saw a reflection of a face behind me. I turned around. I don't remember what I saw, but I remember the dream flash orange like fire. And then I woke up. I didn't tell my family about the dream, and I kept it to myself, since we were pretty weirded out already. I then started working in a problem my grandma was having with her modem. While my grandma was on the phone with the internet company, she told me to come over, handed me the phone, and told them to talk to me, but to listen in the background. In the background you could hear a military radio. It was very distinct and sounded old. My grandparents lived near Fort Knox, about 50 miles away. Not enough for interference. They usually have Chinook helicopters fly by, but they are very loud and noticeable, and I do not recall any of them flying at the time. If you remember, my grandfather used to listen to police scanners all the time, because it would mimic the sound of the military radio which he used to comfort him, so that he could fall asleep. Later on that day we got home, and I told my mum about what happened in the dream. As soon as I got to the part about the strange phone call, with the caller ID of 0, she got a phone call. The caller ID, bunch of zeros. She'd ordered me to shut up and asked if I was playing some tech-savvy joke on her, and I assured her I was doing nothing of the sort, and that it was just a coincidence with the story. Could it have been something more? Now at night, I work at a pizza place, and sometimes me and a few friends from there will hang out after closing with the manager, and just talk, tell jokes and stories and the like. However, I got to this story, and as soon as I was talking about the phone call, my phone rang. Luckily, it was just my girlfriend, wondering where I was. But as soon as I hung up, I told people about what happened with my mother, and then the phone rang again. This time, it was the store phone. The caller ID said unknown, which isn't uncommon where we work, and it usually means prank calls. But this was 1 a.m. on a Thursday morning. Everyone in the city knows that we're closed. I answered it, put it on speaker, and you could just hear static along with heavy breathing. I made everyone in the store take out their phones to prove that they had not made the call, and all phones were cleared as the phone line kept going with the breathing. Suddenly we got more interference that sounded like police radio, but only very briefly, and then it was gone. But it wasn't heavy or intentional, the breathing. It sounded like someone was breathing out of their nose and into a mic unintentionally. My co-worker asked who it was, but, of course, there was no reply. Then I said, "Huh?" and immediately the line hung up. It was chilling, and I thought it would be best if we all stopped sharing stories and just went home. I'm not sure what it was, something malicious, or, as I hope, could it be my grandfather? I also want to add that I did get a phone call while typing this out, but it was from a telemarketer. Nothing spooky, unless that is what you fear. First off, I need to let you know that I don't believe in ghosts. I consider myself a rationalist and always try to look for a rational and logical explanation to things without jumping to a conclusion. That being said, I'm having a lot of trouble explaining what I've been experiencing in our new house for the last few months. Me and my wife recently moved into an old army home. They're offered to all acting soldiers in my country and are very cheap. Most of them were built in the 60s and 80s. Our house is at the very back of a much larger section, at the top of a hill and overlooks a valley with a dense native forest below. It's very cozy and offers a lot of privacy with no immediate neighbors and a good view. At first I had a couple of weird encounters that left me scratching my head, such as when I was walking from the front door to my car when I heard a loud banging on my tin roof, as if something hard, like an acorn, had landed on it and was bouncing down. Whatever it was, it bounced off the roof and into the branches of the tree in our front yard, which begins to sag under the weight of the thing. There were no branches hanging over our house that could have dropped anything, and I couldn't see any fall off the roof, nor did any land on the ground after it made the tree branches sag. I thought it was weird and mentioned it to my wife at the time, but just sort of brushed it off. Then there were the windows in my living room. Me and my wife live alone. I had our windows open to let the breeze in because it was a hot summer's night, and I decided to close them since it was time for bed. As I closed them, my wife called me outside to the backyard since she had spotted the International Space Station moving across the sky. After I came back in, I sat down on the couch, and I noticed the curtains were flapping in the wind. I walked over to check the windows I had just closed, and they were now wide open. I know for certain I had closed it just moments ago when my wife was outside the whole time, so she couldn't have opened it. I asked if she saw me close that window, and she said she was standing in the doorway and watched me do it. I kept asking her if she was messing with me, but I can't figure out how it could have happened. The last and most troubling incident was what prompted me to make this post. Last night, I went to bed just after my wife, who was already asleep. I lay in bed browsing on my phone when suddenly I noticed I could hear what sounded like heavy breathing. I stopped and listened for a moment, assuming it was just my wife snoring or something. But she was sleeping right next to me, and this sounded like it was coming from the far corner of the bedroom. I focused on the sound for what felt like several minutes, while being paralyzed with fear. I was convinced someone was standing at the end of my bed. I woke up my wife. She was half asleep until I said I thought it sounded like someone was in the house, which made her bolt up, and then she said she could hear it too. I then turned on all the lights and went around the house, checking all our locks and cupboards, and didn't sleep well that night. Has anyone experienced anything like this before? Am I just being paranoid? I'm usually quite level-headed, but this is starting to make me question my own sanity and judgment. Having so much history myself with the paranormal, I don't freak out over creaks in the floor or the occasional door shutting on its own. I believe most things can be explained. When we first moved into this house in Washington 3 years ago, we saw a few random orbs here and there, nothing that felt harmful. In fact, one orb even danced to the music alongside my granddaughter one day, and it felt like a child. The house sits on acres of field, surrounded by forest and a few farms. For some reason, the guest room, laundry room and bathroom are always freezing cold, plus cool air comes from the guest bedroom closet. I keep a blanket hanging up in the hallway door to keep the cold isolated. I figure those rooms are just cold because they are added on and are built halfway over our well. I have my mother's ashes in my home, but at the same time I felt bad because when I was asked if I wanted my sister's ashes later, it scared me for some reason. I don't know why. She was a very loving person, but for many years I felt darkness around her, and I just couldn't. A year passed, and that fear left me. I remember her telling me one day before she died that she had a recurring dream of her death, and she was stuck in the desert. It then dawned on me that her ashes were being cared for by my daughter who lives in the desert. It was time to let her be here with Mum. After she arrived, her ashes were placed next to our mother's ashes outside my room, and like my mother, she was surrounded by some of her mementos. At first, there wasn't a problem, but after time, that's when the kids started seeing and experiencing things that made them feel uncomfortable. It didn't feel like my sister. This was something else. Strangely, absolutely no one in the family has felt her presence since she passed. I know my kids looked towards me for assurance. I guess they thought that, like in other homes, I could just make it all go away. But I think they stayed hidden from me in the beginning and preyed on those who showed fear. So it was targeting my grown kids, that being my son and his fiancée. I felt bad. I kept telling my son that there was nothing here and that our house wasn't haunted because we cleansed it after my sister passed away. Cody, if you're hearing this, I'm sorry for not wanting to believe you at the time. I was just trying to protect you and the kids from being scared. So there are a few things that have been happening in our home for the past few years. One late afternoon I was at the store, so my son and his fiancée were watching my 2 grandchildren for me. They were playing hide and seek. They told me something wasn't right in there. Each of them experienced what they said felt like someone or something taking up space within them in the closet, practically in their face. It had been a toy room in the beginning, but the kids wouldn't play in there. The only person who has ever slept there with no problem is my ex on a visit. He was a non-believer, until just the day when we were sitting in there watching a show together, and we observed his dog intently follow something move around the room. Then the bathroom door opened, and his dog watched whatever it was going to the bathroom, and the door shut behind it. At that point, his dog dove under the blanket. My ex's eyes were as big as saucers, and he asked me if I saw what he saw. Laughing inside at the former non-believer, I said yes. No one will ever sleep in there, not even me. 6 months ago, my son told me that he went into the kitchen to grab something to drink the night before, and he saw a dark shadow over his left shoulder in his reflection on the microwave. He turned around quickly to look behind him, and there was nothing there. He still felt something close to him, and the hair on his arm and neck were raised. So when he looked into his reflection this time in the window over the sink, and again, it was back, with its head even closer to his. Then the cabinet door shook back and forth, then opened all the way and shut. He said that he yelled, not caring if he woke anyone up, and ran upstairs to his room. I don't blame him. Many times he and his fiancée have seen big shadow masses in corners of various rooms, but never in my bedroom. Waiting outside my door, where my sister's ashes are, but never inside my room. There was a time not too long ago they were both sitting in my van talking one night, and they said the form of a man came out from behind a tree, crossed the grass, and sat with his hands in his lap on the front porch, and then faded away. Then they told me about the bathroom. Oh my, that bathroom. I can't even. His fiancée was taking a bath after everyone had gone to sleep, as to not disturb anyone. She was relaxing in our big old claw bathtub in the quiet of night, and she heard all of us sleeping, so she knew for a fact no one was up. There was a tapping on the bathroom door and she answered, to no response. The doorknob started to jiggle, then stopped, so she asked again, "Who is it? I'm in the tub." There was still no response. She thought that whoever it was decided to go to the other bathroom, so she relaxed, and she was laying there. But then something felt off, as she heard a noise at the door, and she watched as the doorknob slowly unlocked itself. When she told me that, my blood ran cold. This didn't just happen once. My son was sitting in there and he heard tapping, followed by the door unlocking on him too. The other day, my son said that he had gone to the bathroom around 3 in the morning. He knew everyone was asleep because he heard all of us snoring, so he didn't quite shut the door all the way, but it was closed. He heard heavy breathing as if someone had their mouth at the crack of the door. Then he heard a quiet voice whisper, "I can hear you." That poor boy was scared to death. I, for the first time, experienced the doorknob unlocking itself on me 3 times in a row in my bathroom last night. That surprised me. It has not always been bad experiences here though. Since my mother passed, I feel her sometimes around me. We all do. Just last month I was talking to my son in the living room, and I saw a light. We don't live near a street, so it wasn't from a car. It was soft and illuminating, as it floated from the front window curtain around to the wall behind my son. I got such a warm feeling and said, "Hey mama," and watched it as it went behind the recliner, where my son was sitting, and then up behind his head and disappeared. He didn't see this or know why I said that. Just then he shrugged his shoulders up and put his hands on the back of his head, saying that it felt like his hair was being stroked. That brought tears to both of us. We all know when she is here because it feels warm and loving, like her, and sometimes we smell her sweet perfume. My grandson, who is autistic, was too young to comprehend my mother's passing. He sometimes talks to her, almost like he is answering what seems to be a question. He is only 6 and has the purest soul. I wish I could hear her voice speak to me again. And then you have things that happen that at the time you didn't understand, but when you find out, everything falls into place. This was one such time. In March, I had a few aluminium balloons left over from my grandson's birthday, and they lasted a very long time. All of them fell to the floor except one particular balloon. It kept following me midway in the air around the house. The air conditioner nor heater was on, and all the windows were shut. I went to my bedroom, and it followed and stayed in my bed. I went into the laundry room, and it followed there as well. This went on for a solid week after a while. It just started getting annoying, but we didn't think anything of it. We just swatted it away. One day my son and I were talking in the kitchen, and it came in from the living room where we just saw it laying on the floor moments before and lowered itself to go under the door frame and stopped mid-height between us. He took it and pushed it back into the living room. Not 4 minutes later, and it was back mid-height between us. This time he put it all the way in the laundry room, and it still made its way back, lowering to come through 2 door frames and staying afloat midway between us again. At that point it was too weird. We both looked at each other and said, "Nah." So I took it and said, okay, if this is you, Mum, do it again. I put it back in the living room and it stayed there floating. It didn't feel like her at the moment. It felt different, almost familiar, but not in a bad way. We went back to talking, and there it was again between us. Well, I didn't know this at the time. In fact, I only just found out a few weeks ago that my dear friend passed away in March and his family didn't have my number to tell me. One of the last things he told me was that when he dies he was going to come harass me just for fun and let me know that he's here and he loves me. When I found out, I called out to my son saying, "It was Tom! It was Tom after all." After I told him the sad news, he said that it gave him a bit of peace. We all knew that this is something he would do, and it blew our minds. I just wish I found out then, so that I could have told him that I love him too. 3 nights ago, I saw a light low to the ground in the kitchen, and 5 minutes later my granddaughter saw the same light, formed like a feather, fluttering in front of her. My son also told me that a light trailed up over and across in his room. Another time he walked into my room and saw a light above my head. My neighbor is confident something happened on this land. I talked to him to see if he had been experiencing or seeing anything unusual, without making myself look crazy. He said that he does not go out after dark, but he has heard the screams in the forest and his pets acting strangely from time to time. As we were talking, his roommate came home and asked me what we were talking about. When I told him, he pointed to the young man I was talking to first and said, "You see, I'm not nuts." Apparently, he had seen things as well and calls what he sees in his bedroom a demon boy, because he doesn't know what it is. He even saged in this room, and if you think about it, that goes along with the orb that danced with my granddaughter when we first moved in. And no, it's not a demon. I think that perhaps it's a child that connected or roams the property. We have seen so many beautiful things here that it outweighs the bad. Someday after I'm gone, I hope to be a part of it. I want to be the whisper of encouragement in my loved one's ears, and a gentle stroke upon their face. I want them to always know that they don't have to be afraid, and that they are, and always will be loved, from now until forever. As for what is in this house, I think since I have been more aware of the darkness, it shows itself less. I do enjoy feeling my loved ones around though, and my kids do too. Someday we will move from this place, and hopefully one of our loved ones will follow. Today, when I arrived home after running errands, My ex told me that without a doubt he saw something. At first I told him to stop playing around because I thought he was making fun of us. I've known this man for 24 years, so I know when he's serious. And this time he was definitely shaken. He said that he was standing in the guest room, and he was about to go into the bathroom to wash his hands, when someone tall, who he thought was my son, turned on the light and darted into the bathroom really fast, closing the door behind him. He waited for a bit, but didn't hear anything. He got tired of waiting, washed his hands in the kitchen, and still hadn't heard anything for a while. So we went to the door and asked if my son was okay, to not receive an answer, but the light was still on. He tentatively pushed open the door, to find nothing. Confused, he went to my son's room and knocked, and asked him why he did that and left the light on. But when my son came out of his room, he was wearing a burgundy shirt and pants. With a shake in his voice, my ex asked if he had changed his clothes, to which my son responds, "No, why?" The person my ex saw was wearing a blue t-shirt and shorts. My son told me that when he opened the door, my ex turned pale. On another occasion, my son's fiancée was in the kitchen today, and we are all putting away groceries. She has mid-length hair, and in front of everyone her hair flipped up like someone tossed it. It freaked her out and she said it gave her shivers. I promised my other son I would come help paint his new place, so I bathed my grandkids and made them something to eat. I figured I would only be gone a few hours, but it took way longer than expected. When I arrived, there were all kinds of commotions going on in my room, and my grandson was crying uncontrollably. No one could understand him because he was so upset, so he was trying to act out what just happened. After I calmed him down, he told me that he was getting tired and laid down. He said something woke him up, and he heard my car, so he went towards the bedroom door, when a dark hole formed at the top, outside my door, and a dark shadow boy thing came out of it. He said the boy stood in the doorway and pushed him back and slammed the baby gate, trapping him in the room. He said it was evil. He kept saying that over and over, "He's evil." After the gate shut, my grandson screamed, so everyone in the house ran to see what was wrong. I know kids have active imaginations, but I know him. He's autistic, and he doesn't lie or make things up. He was visibly shaken up, and since last night, his story hasn't changed. I would like to share a story. In Croxley near Watford, Hertfordshire in the UK, there's a moorland with a river running along it. Halfway down the moor, walking west, the river juts to the right, northwest, and the bank rises up a metre or so. On a hot, bright summer day, I was walking along towards the raised bank of the river. As I got to the peak, I looked into the river, and there was a man in there. He was big, 6'4" if anything, long-bearded and quite fat. In the water up to his waist and apparently naked. He looked at me with shock on his face, as if I had startled him, or he hadn't expected to be caught having a dip. So as to not embarrass him, and because I was unconcerned, I waved a hand casually and kept walking along the bank. I intended to look away, and kept looking away, allowing him to salvage his modesty. But the river turns up the bank, and so I had to turn, no more than 3 paces on, and it was clear from peripherals that he had gone. I was standing on a high bank, slightly elevated over the surrounding land. I can see both ways along the river for over 100 meters, and he's just vanished. There was nowhere he could have gone. He wasn't underwater either. It's barely waist deep, and slowly moving and clear. He never even left a ripple in the water. It took me several minutes to accept he hadn't been real, despite seeing him for no more than 3 meters away, in bright sunlight. I didn't realize he was a ghost until he vanished, and that made him the oddest ghost I'd ever seen. I have lived in a small English town in Yorkshire for the entirety of my life. The same home from birth till 26 now. I live with my mother and younger brother of 15. We've always been an open family with each other, never shy to talk about feelings or anything of the sort. We live in a 3-bedroom semi-detached home. I'm in the attic, and have been since my brother was born when I was 11. My brother's bedroom door is directly opposite my spiraling staircase, and mother's is across the landing at the front of the home. So our landing is a sort of L shape with 5 doors in various places around it. We don't need to have these specifics as they aren't really that important. We have always been quite in tune with otherworldly happenings, apart from my brother, who maybe didn't want to admit to anything happening out of fear. Possibly. I wouldn't want to believe at that age either. But as for my mum and I, we've always said that we feel things in the house, whether it be a cool breeze or in some of the most bizarre cases, gifts. This brings me to the first case in our house. I was around 14 and my brother 4 at the time, and me and my dad, who passed away 5 years ago, were in the main bedroom while my brother was playing in his, and we hear him talking as best a toddler can. We stood and listened out of view. After he stopped, my dad walked in and asked who he was talking to. So he replied, "The nice white lady." This led me to ask my dad a volley of questions. What does he mean? What lady? Was it a joke on me? He then decided to give me a full overview of the things that had happened in the 31 years of him living in that house, always referring to the ghosts as she. I got to a point where I wish I'd never asked. We went downstairs, and the excitement was overwhelming to hear his stories, or so I thought. The first being long before I was born. Dad was downstairs washing the pots, my mum in the bath reading a book, as she still frequently does, and she heard my dad walking over the landing, until she caught sight of, not my dad, but the lower half of a slender dress drifting past the door slowly, almost gracefully, and through the wall into the neighbours. Mum obviously freaked out, screaming for my dad, who ran upstairs thinking she had hurt herself, only to find her as white as a sheet. My dad always says he could feel when she was near, which used to scare the living daylights out of me, watching the hairs on his arms stand on end. I never doubted him in many things, but in ways I still wanted some proof for myself. The next story was when they first moved into the house. My dad was working on fixing up some old dressing tables in the attic. Mum was downstairs in the garden and it was summer, and she likes to try and tan, if you can do such a thing in England. While he was busy varnishing the table, he turned to the other table and noticed a small bunch of what looks like dried out brown flowers, no bigger than the palm of your hand. With seeing this, he bolted for the stairs and stood inches from my mum, to which she asked, "What's wrong with you?" He asked if she had been upstairs at all, to which she replied, "No." He held the flowers out to her, and she knew straight away they weren't a joke. They're kept inside a Bible that she has always kept in her drawer. Now, 4 years ago, me being the one in the attic, one day I was cleaning the bedroom. As normal, after vacuuming I noticed something on the floor. Nothing could be in that spot, as I have hoovered meticulously. When I pick it up, I realized I'd seen the exact same thing before, another bunch of dried up brown flowers tightly bundled together. Without question, maybe less freaking out than my dad, I passed them to my mum, who placed them in the Bible along with the others. I have read before that angels can often leave flowers or white feathers, but dead flowers, that I can't seem to understand. Many times Dad told me of things that happened to our ghost friends, From her stroking his hair ever so gently while he drifted off to sleep, to passing through the living room each night at 10, to things going missing, and then weeks or even months later magically reappearing in spots where they wouldn't be left to begin with. Sometimes when the house is quiet, you can hear footsteps from one side of the main bedroom to the door on the landing, never knowing when anyone else in the house and never during the same time. I know every sound of the house, from the pipes to the creaky top steps of the stairs. Hearing the footsteps aren't new either. This has happened for as long as I can remember, but something that you get used to over time. Sometimes I would feel the odd feeling when I was in bed of someone sitting on the bed. To begin with, I was paralyzed with fear, not knowing if I was actually feeling this happen or imagining it. My mum had a medium/psychic come to the house. As soon as she walked in, she commented on how strong the presence was that she could feel, but it wasn't a dark energy, it was light, which I have begun to come to terms with. For me, this was confirmation all along that the others, let's call odd occurrences, were real. Until, as I previously said, when my dad passed away, there was an energy that seemed to stay in the house. Now I'm almost certain she is warming to me more. I also feel my hair move on a night, trust me. I've tried to stay still when this is happening to see if it's me moving, but to no avail. It's like you can feel each finger run through your hair, and it gives me chills just thinking about it. Even when the house is warm, I can walk through certain parts and feel a chill, a freezing cold chill, and walk by the same area again and it will be gone. Nothing has happened to hurt my family, but it still isn't convincing to think someone could easily be watching my every move, beyond the veil. And what's to stop not so nice presences from coming for a visit too? My parents own 2 bars in my small town. Above this particular establishment, there are 2 apartment buildings, with only one being rented out at this time. His name was Damon, and in all aspects of the way he was a perfect tenant. He always paid his rent on time. He kept to himself. He never caused any trouble, and was overall a laid-back kind of guy. He was a beloved member of our inner circle, but his girlfriend was not. Amber was wild, with a short temper. Even with a crowded bar below, her screams could be heard throughout the building. She broke multiple locks on the door from bursting in. The cops were called once a week, and everyone was feeling worse and worse for Damon. But he loved her. He never left her. Maybe that's why everyone loved Damon so much. He was truly about seeing the good in people. The more these events would occur, the less we would see of Damon. He stopped coming down for drinks after work. He never played darts with his friends anymore, and his rent kept coming in late. Religiously. This wasn't Damon. My father kept trying to get to the bottom of the situation with no avail. Something didn't feel right, and that's because it wasn't. It was a busy morning for lunch when the incident came to light. My father was behind the bar when Amber comes running in screaming and crying. She doesn't know how, or why, or what's going on, because she found Damon shot in the head. He had allegedly ended his own life the night before, after the bar closed down. My father proceeded to call 911 and rung up to the apartment to see if it was truly what happened. It did. My father says to this day he thinks about it still and gets physically sick because it was so sorrowful. Damon truly deserved all the love in the world, and if anyone who's hearing this right now, please have a moment of silence for him and anyone who you know is struggling. Maybe we wanted to believe it, or it was true, but since then every single waitress has had an experience. Even ones who never knew him are feeling some sort of presence. Maybe it's some kind of lingering energy. Maybe late at night, our eyes play tricks on us. Or maybe it's Damon watching out. The experiences are never aggressive. If anything, they are thoughtful and comical. Almost once a week, the Bush light tap handle will pour itself the same beer he drank. The doors will already be locked when we go to close up one night, and sometimes the lights will just shut off by themselves, but only at closing time and never during the day. I understand that these things can be explained away. It's an old building, but multiple bartenders have seen a figure of a man before, including me. And this is one of the things I can't explain, and it happened a month ago. It was 2 a.m. I was closing everything in the dining room down, turned off the TVs and swept the floor. Attached to the dining room is a deck leading outside with 2 large glass double doors separating the area. When I turned around to sweep the carpet in front of the doors, I saw the dark figure of what looked to be a person. I was startled, not because I thought it was paranormal, but because it looked like someone was on the deck watching me, and I'm supposed to be all alone. I quickly opened the door, furious because this person really freaked me out. And FYI, we're closed, dude. You don't have to go home, but you can't hang out on my deck. But no one was hanging out on the deck. In fact, there wasn't a single car in the parking lot. I was utterly and completely alone. I agree with sound logic at this point. I freaked myself out, that's all. Until I walked back into the dining room. I closed the door behind me, and when I go turn around to lock, I look into the reflection of the glass, and I see the figure. I turned, shocked, tears already in my eyes because I don't know this person. Who's in here with me? And the answer was no one. The figure wasn't there. And when I looked back into the reflection of the window, it was gone as well. I called my dad immediately. I never finished sweeping or any of my other nightly chores and got the hell out of there. The next morning, my father went to open business up and found the basement door broken into and half the cooler ransacked. When looking back at the security footage, 2 men are seen breaking into the door using a crowbar and loading up a truck, and we got the license plate, thankfully. When we checked the timestamp, it said 3:06 a.m. That's when I started to panic. If I wouldn't have gotten so scared of what I saw, I would have still been there. It takes a good hour to clean and close down from a shift. No doubt in my mind, I would have been there. Something inside tells me it's luck, but a larger part of me wants to believe that was Damon, and that he's still here in some way looking out for the girls like he always had. I had a long talk with my dad last night about the house I grew up in. I lived there from about age 6 to 15. I'm 21 now. Apparently the previous owner was a recluse and mentally ill. He chose to end his life with a shotgun in my bedroom, next to the window. There's a bleached spot there on the hardwood floor that I had always covered up with a chair. His brother would check on him periodically, but this time he didn't for about 3 weeks. Then came over and found him dead. My dad found this out after we moved in. He said a police officer came up to him when he was doing yard work and said, "Don't let the history of this place scare you. It's a beautiful property." And my dad was like, "What?" Needless to say, I'm creeped out. I don't remember ever feeling unsafe in the house, but the lock on my door had locked itself numerous times during the first year we lived there. I vividly remember being locked inside there with my friend one day, and firefighters had to come and pull us out the window. After that, my father just straight up took the doorknob off, so I had no doorknob growing up. There were also crosses above my sister and I's door that I never really questioned, but apparently my dad had a priest come over and bless the doorway. This affected my dad a lot. One day he was doing roof work on a ladder right outside my window, perfectly in control, when the ladder folded and slipped sideways and he fell 10 feet and almost died. And when my parents got divorced and my mum took my sister and I to live elsewhere, my dad lived there alone for 2 years. He said it got so disturbing he finally had to move. He said that when he came home from work at night through the basement it would reek of smoke. The man was a smoker when alive. The scent was so strong, he was convinced on several occasions that someone had broken in. But then my dad would go upstairs and come back down as a test, and the smell would be gone. I'm just a little spooked finding out that I lived in a room where this had happened, especially since I had my own attempt in that same room. Just kind of a mind blow. Does anyone else have positive stories of this kind of spirit moving on after or something like that? I'm having a hard time processing all of this and really hope that the man is at rest now. I had been experiencing many strange sounds and feelings last year. My cousin had a party at my house, and without my knowledge had brought a Ouija board and played it. Keep in mind that my room is in the basement, and every sound in the house can be heard from there. Most of the time I can tell exactly what it is. It was just me, my mum and sister, and 2 dogs in the house. I'd been hearing loud footsteps all around the house, mostly when it was just me home. And they were heavy, like a man's footsteps. Too heavy to be my mum or my sister. And I began to smell this rancid smell floating around the house. I'll be downstairs cleaning the basement, and it'll pass by me so suddenly, I had actually thought I made it up. Then I'd be anywhere else in the house, and I'll just settle for a few minutes, and it'll pass by once again. This strange occurrence happened for several weeks. Then it progressed to random objects flying off the shelves at one point, and a cup almost hit me as I was walking past my bookshelf. 2 months after the first incident, I started seeing a dark, shadowy silhouette in the basement just across from my room. Now, I'm not one that scares easily, but after so many weeks of these incidents, I had increasingly become more and more paranoid, and so seeing it for the first time, I was so scared. I couldn't shut my door fast enough. It was like that every night, seeing it in the same spot. Soon enough, I began to see it all around my house, down the hallway, in the dining room, and despite being afraid, I tried to ignore it, because if I didn't feed into what it wanted, it couldn't hurt me, or so I thought. About 2 to 3 weeks after seeing it for the first time, I had woken up with a scabbing and scratching sensation down my back. Slight bruising as well. That was the only case of there ever being anything physical. Sometime after that, I had a dream involving the entity. In the dream, I was standing on the dock, watching the water, when I noticed a child standing at the end of it. The little boy fell in, and I had run to him, jumping in the water after him. But all I saw was the child being dragged under. Only its eyes were dark and hollow. It was like big pools of dark ink. Then as I'm trying to grab for him, I had this feeling of dread. Then I'm grabbed and faced with the same entity. Only this time I can actually see its face, pale and white, with the same black eyes like empty sockets, its face stuck in this silent scream. As I woke up, I had sleep paralysis and started going through some of the steps I have to do to get out of it. After that, the incident slowly died away, until finally I had a friend of mine cleanse the house and do a blessing. Ever since then, I haven't had any more occurrences. I'm just not sure how to make sense of all of this. My sister, age 12, recently came to me and described feeling uncomfortable in certain areas of the house, and said she'd been seeing the same dark silhouette of the same woman that I used to see. She also has been having nightmares of this entity watching her sleep and following her around. I still have not had any more experiences. I was wondering what anyone thought about why she's suddenly being affected after so long. My best friend Amy and I have been inseparable since age 11. I basically grew up at her family's beautiful 80-acre farm in Ontario, Canada. It's one of my favorite places in the world, and I have countless good memories there. I even got married there a couple of years ago. With the good memories, there are some that I cannot explain, and it has made me reconsider what I know of the world. When Amy's family bought this property 20 years ago, the heritage farmhouse that came with it was in terrible shape. It was over 100 years old, and it's your typical red brick Canadian farm. When they arrived, the kitchen floor was caved in, open like a pit. It was full of bones. They assumed that it was perhaps a garbage chute below the cooking area, but there were many different kinds of bones, including animals we typically don't eat. Weird. But they went ahead and filled it in and repaired the house. Over the years, they have transformed the place dramatically, and it's been cool to watch the process. When we were 12, Amy's youngest sister Chloe came up to Amy and I out of the blue and suggested we tie her up and put her in the cellar. It was obviously a weird request, but we obliged, thinking it would be funny. She was a bit of a brat, and it would give us a spooky thrill. We followed her down to the dirt floor basement, which of course had always felt like the creepiest place in the house, and proceeded to tie her hands and feet with some soft jump rope she had provided for us. She talked us through a list of things we needed to do in a quiet, monotone voice. We laid her down in the cellar, which had a heavy door to keep it cool, and she instructed us to turn off the lights and shut the door. The light was off for a second before she let out a blood-curdling scream. We jumped inside in a flash to see Chloe trembling, wide-eyed, and she had wet herself. To this day, I have never seen someone in a state like that, an honest, manic state of fear. She told us that the moment the room went dark, something heavy had shuffled in the room in a low voice and greeted her with a low rumbling, "Hello." The lights in the basement flickered, and she recalled the hello, and we all felt an enormous wave of icy fear wash over us. We scrambled to untie her and got the hell out of there. Can you remember how it felt running up the basement steps as a kid? Like someone was after you? Far more tangible than the usual childhood imagination. It was like something reached for us as we ran. We never played in the basement again. When we talked about it later, Chloe had no memory of ever asking us to tie her up, nor did she recall even going down to the basement. She was very hurt that we had done that to her. This annoyed Amy greatly, as she thought Chloe was just trying to get us into trouble. But Chloe never told her parents, and based on the glossy look in her eyes when she asked to be lowered into the cellar floor, I believe her. When we were 15, everyone in the house was having weird experiences. Going upstairs to the bathroom, there was always something in the corner of your eye rounding a corner or peering at you from a doorway. It was unsettling to say the least. As we went through the goth and emo phase, Amy started to mess around with potion making, pentagram items and other oddities. I didn't necessarily credit Amy with this, but things started to get kicked up a notch after that. I was there for a sleepover once, in summer. Amy and I were sleeping in her bed, and she had an alarm clock that would project the time on her ceiling in that typical red segmented alarm clock font. Weird things would always happen at certain times of the night, and we would watch the red numbers and hush our girl chat at those times and listen to the house. Midnight, 1:11, 2:22, 3:33, and so on. One morning I woke up just as the sky was starting to lighten. I needed to use the bathroom, and was sleeping on the inside of the bed against the wall, facing Amy's posters. I rolled to my back to check the time. and I could not see the hour. My blurred, sleepy eyes focused harder, but something black was obstructing the time. My eyes widened in terror as I turned my head towards Amy and realized the blackness was an entire human figure floating in the air about a foot over Amy. It looked like a mirror of Amy, but with no discernible features or form. Humanoid, but wrong. It was not dark in the room. The morning light had filled her room with a dull grayness, and I could see details across the room. I stared at this figure in horror, moving my eyes up to its empty face. No mouth, no nose, just emptiness. When my eyes met the full face, bright white eyes shot open and stared at me with an unbearable intensity. I shut my eyes in a flash and lay there, frozen and terrified for what felt like hours. I have never felt that level of fear in my entire life. I never heard a noise. I never felt a touch, but I felt the intense eyes upon me. At 7:30, Amy woke up to use the bathroom, and listened to her hum a tiny bit eased me enough to crack an eye open. Everything in the room was normal, and Amy returned to the bed with a thud and resumed sleep. I nudged her and asked if she could escort me to the bathroom. I told her about what happened later that day, and she was less than pleased to hear about it, and had a hard time sleeping in her room for a while after that. I'm absolutely certain I was awake, and there was not a single ounce of tired left in me when my eyes met, whatever that was. I was told that my paternal grandparents had purchased the house they lived on in the 1960s, when their town was still heavily forested and less populated. Even then, it was no surprise that the surrounding areas, along with the land that the house stood on, were rife with spirits, whether they belonged to the forest or were among those people who had been killed in previous battles. To give you an idea on the layout of the house, I have to admit that it was a strange one, and probably already meant to bring bad luck. The front door was on the west side of the house, with a set of 13 steps leading to the upper floor that had 2 windows on the landing, one facing the east and the other north. On the right side of the landing were a set of double doors leading to what might be considered the upstairs living room, with 2 bedrooms on the east side, and my grandmother's room on the west side. There were 2 concrete steps on the right side of the main door that led to the living room, and on the south side of the house stood a pair of sliding windows, and on the side door. The kitchen, which doubled as the dining room, was at the rear end of the house, with an outdoor cooking area as well as an indoor cooking area, a sink, and the toilet was outside, as was the norm for many provincial houses in the Philippines. At the fact that there was a ballet tree just outside the back door from the kitchen, and a huge mango tree on the west side of the main gate to the house, along with an old grotto in the main yard, with an equally old statue of what was supposed to be the Virgin Mary to complete the creepy, depressing look of the place. Not even flowers that I planted during my stay could cheer up the place. These details were important later. I hated the place as soon as I set my eyes on it, from the first time I was 12. The house was never filled with joy and laughter, but misery, jealousy, and negative energies. The wooden concrete walls practically oozed them, and I always felt like the life and strength were being drained from me when I was there. Looking back now, I don't know how I survived in that place for my first 3 years in high school, while having to endure the constant bullying I was subject to at the hands of my older sister and cousins, along with several schoolmates. There were also 2 separate years when I was unemployed and had to put up with my control freak father and delusional grandmother. Many strange occurrences took place in that house before and after those residing there decided to leave. I should mention that the people on both sides of my parents' family have had some connection with the paranormal. My older sister is able to see spirits, while I can only see them through my peripheral vision. But anyway, on to the story. This took place in early 2013 after I was forced to resign from my job due to my health. And mid-2014 when I was able to finally leave that house and work in a city 6 hours away. By then the house was falling into disrepair, and it was only my father and myself living there since my grandfather passed in 2005 and grandmother in 2012. Since I was, and still am, mostly a loner, I was only close to a few people, but the cats and dogs in the area, whether stray or belonged to someone, or even some farm animals who liked to wander around, had a habit of coming over and later becoming close to me. No matter the time of day, I would always notice figures from the corner of my eye watching me, sometimes just standing there, even if there were no sounds accompanying their movements. The figures weren't only human, they'd also be animals as well. My cousin's dog Sheena was considered by many a pretty wild and unpredictable animal, because of the way she walked, leant slightly to the side, and she had an accident while she was a puppy. As a result, her bones never set properly. Sheena had initially watched me from afar following my arrival, but warmed up to me about a week after. She often came to the house and would dive a few feet away from me until I was done with my task before strolling over, lying down, and I'd give her a scratch behind her ears or give her a belly rub while I was reading. And my bond with her and the other animals who came to the house was something that made living in that place a little bit more bearable. After the news about her being butchered reached me, I was heartbroken and couldn't stop crying as I loved her very much. A few days later after the news, I was in the living room sweeping the floor while my father was at a friend's house when I saw Sheena from the corner of my eye, standing a few feet away watching me. I dared not look in case she vanished, and called her name softly, and I saw her wag her tail. I knew that she was saying goodbye. Not long after that, I noticed a little boy who seemed to be between 2 to 4 years, always following me around, just standing a few feet away, watching. Once at around 6 p.m. I was upstairs folding clothes. I had taken them from the clothesline, and I noticed him standing in the doorway. I didn't feel threatened by him and spoke to him gently before I felt him leave. Later that night, I was jolted awake by my father yelling in surprise and fear. Annoyed, tired, and still very sleepy, I asked him why he was shouting at 2 a.m., which I saw was the time on the wall clock. He told me he'd gone to take a leak, and he returned to the bedroom that we were sharing, and he saw a little toddler laying beside me under my blanket on the bed, when he had clearly seen that I was the only one there a few minutes prior. This troubled me, for up till then, I had never told him of the little phantom child that followed me around. The next day I told my cousins Susan, Layla, and Amy, who are among the few people I am close to. Amy was clearly freaked out, but she, Susan, and Layla told me that it had been an open secret that Vanessa, one of my estranged cousins, often went to the ancestral house to abort her children, who were the results of extramarital affairs she was engaged in. They weren't sure how many abortions she's had over the years, but the child I encountered, along with some of the others I have seen, may have just been them. I felt a wave of sorrow and anger for the children whose lives had been ended before they'd even begun, and told my father what I'd learned when I got back to the house. From that time on, I lit a candle and prayed for the young boy, along with the others who had passed. My father had a priest come to bless the house so that the spirits may find rest, but the boy stayed with me until the day Leela, Amy, and I left that place to make lives for ourselves elsewhere. My father passed in 2016, and when I went to the house the day after the funeral, I found that it was falling apart. The plants I had painstakingly raised during my time there had withered in my absence. I didn't see the little boy or any of the other spirits in the house, and I prayed that they had found peace. The house that drained the life from me and was filled with bad memories is now in ruins, with only the walls standing. But there's nothing left anymore. I'm looking after my friend's 3 little girls tonight while she works an overnight shift. Technically, it was last night, as it's now 2:30 a.m. Also, it's officially my 28th birthday. One for the books, let me tell you. The girls are 5, 6, and 8. My friend has a long history of paranormal activity that started when she was a kid, and now her children are starting to have some experiences, and they're scared. The 5-year-old was going on about her imaginary friend Summer tonight, who she's been talking to since she was 2. She says Summer isn't really imaginary, she's real, she's just not alive. She describes her in the exact same way every single time, and said she looks like wood. I have no idea why. My friend's daughter doesn't have an explanation for the wood thing either. She was talking to me about it tonight, and said she hasn't seen Summer in a long time, and she misses her. Her older sister of 8 doesn't like to hear it and freaks out. I got them off the subject and played guitar for them, and all was well for a few hours. Then the 5-year-old looks out the window leading to the balcony and says that she sees a ghost. I shrug it off, thinking it's just in her mind. The 6-year-old walks out to the window, turns around and looks me dead in the eyes with a look of horror, one that I've never seen on such a child. The 8-year-old proceeds to go out as well. So I'm over here like, guys, you're getting yourself worked up. And that's when I look out the window. The expression, "You look like you've just seen a ghost," is exactly what I think my face looked like. I was frozen. It was standing on the balcony across from us, and it was massive, like a giant. If that were just a person, it would have been the largest person on the earth. I told the girls to back away, and I went outside. I couldn't really see much of her face, just the figure, and you could tell it was staring at us. 8-year-old comes back over, and I'm making up some stuff about how it's shadows, and she's like, "No, it's moving." And it was. It moved its arms and head in the most unnatural way possible. Everything was wrong about it. My stomach was in knots. I got the girls to go into the living room and went into mum mode, as they are my priority, and I didn't have a second to worry about anything else. After they chilled, I kept going back to the window, and there it was, staring and moving its limbs a little bit. Eventually they fell asleep on the couch while watching a movie, and I snuck back out to check on things, and it was gone. Writing this out makes me feel crazy, and I wish I had another adult with me to confirm what I saw. But I know what I saw. It couldn't have just been a neighbor. It couldn't have. It was way too big to be human. It moved in ways I've never seen people move, and sent a chill down my spine. The 6-year-old woke up scared, and is in the master bedroom sleeping, and I'm sitting on this balcony, staring at the one across from me, waiting for this thing to appear. Nothing else happened. Nothing else needed to happen. I know what I saw, and it was like nothing I've ever seen in my life. At this point, I'll know I'll be up all night. It made me so uncomfortable, and more importantly, I wanted to be aware of everything so that I could protect the kids. I feel crazy right now. If anyone could shed any light on it, I would be very grateful. I'd also like to add that when Britt, my friend, and the mother of the girls got home, I immediately told her what had happened, and she went through the many stages of, "What the hell?" She looked at me and said, "You didn't happen to take a photo, did you?" My mouth dropped open. I couldn't even find the words. All I could think about was, how could I not even think to take one? I just didn't. It was the furthest thing from my mind at the time. When I first saw this thing, shock completely took over. I stood there, the girls at my side, completely still staring at this figure. I couldn't move, breathe. I just froze. Once I snapped out of it, my number one priority was to protect the kids and to get my stuff together. I bounced back between fear and frozen to keep the kids safe, never once considering taking one. Now that it's been brought to my attention again and again, I've wondered what I'd do if I did see it once more. Honestly, I don't know if I would want to take a picture, because it would be proof, and while that's a very good reason, I'm not sure it's worth it. I don't know what this figure is and I'm scared. I can't say what I will or won't do if there's a next time. I was 13 and I was sleeping at my friend's house down the block. It was nighttime and my friend's brother went to an abandoned psychiatric center, Pilgrim State, and told us about some stuff that supposedly happened to him and his friends. He told us they couldn't leave the way they entered for whatever reason, so him and his friends ran to the other side of the building, and as they passed each room, the lights inside would turn on. Crazy. Probably lies, but some crazy stuff happened later. We were playing video games there, and this light next to my friend's futon was flickering. It was around 10 p.m, and one of us said something to the effect of, "Stop doing that," to the light as a joke. But the light did stop flickering. It stayed on, and it hadn't since we switched it on. Then we told it to start flickering again, which it did. This is nothing crazy, but it definitely caught our attention. But eventually we started asking it to turn on and off at specific patterns, which it started to do. Stay off for 5 seconds, blink 3 times, stay on for 5 seconds, blink 7 times, stay off for 8 seconds, stuff like that. We would usually begin and end the patterns with staying on or off for a certain amount of time, and then it would go back to basically being on and flickering. But then we would state a pattern, and it would stop flickering and then either stay on or off for however many seconds we said, and then light up and turn off, in even steady intervals to show our patterns, then go back to flickering. It wasn't natural. It was like someone was turning it on and off with a switch, but it wasn't connected to a switch on the wall. It was like a novelty beer glass with a light in it, not a regular lamp like the one you're picturing. Its on and off switch was one of those wheel things with the long cable on the plug. There's no way to turn it on or off remotely, and it did these patterns perfectly. Me and my friend continued to tell this light to perform patterns by lighting up and turning off. We did this for hours. I can't emphasize enough that it did not mess up once, and it was never just close enough. If we told it to stay on, it would stop flickering and stay on, and work properly until we told it to do something else. It would stay on or off for any amount of time we asked, even minutes at a time. Like we would tell it to turn off and come back on for a certain amount of time and vice versa. It was just impossible to be that accurate by chance. It was perfect in every way. And as these patterns got more complicated, the longer we continued to do it, it did everything as we asked. But one thing I remember is me telling it to blink 300 times, and then it started rapid fire blinking super fast, way faster than it had the whole night prior. And as I was watching it blink at super speed, I said stop, and the millisecond the word came out my mouth, it didn't blink anymore. We had to make sure that his brother hadn't found a way to mess with us through the light, but we couldn't figure out how. The same outlet that the light was plugged into had an alarm clock plugged in as well, which was acting totally normal, so we knew that he wasn't messing with the circuit breaker or anything like that, because you can't control that one single plug in an outlet from his circuit breaker. His neighbor was also a cop, so we wondered if maybe his son had found some sort of equipment that we didn't know about, and was somehow using it to control the light remotely. While listening to us, even though the TV and AC were on, and we were speaking pretty softly. So it would have been hard to hear us clearly through the extra noise if someone were using some sort of device. But we were just basically running through everything, We had plenty of time to think over this. So in order to rule this stuff out, we decided to ask the light questions. Questions it could answer via lighting up and turning off. And questions we knew his brother or neighbor or anybody didn't really know the answers to. I have a huge family, so I had distant members his family didn't know, and a lot of questions to ask. This was essentially, I'm thinking of a number, and it would steadily light up and turn off the number of times in my head, then go back to flickering. I asked it questions I knew no one in his family or neighbors knew, and my friend asked questions about people I'd never heard of, and I'm sure my family hadn't. In case someone from my house was outside my friend's house to mess with us, and answering these questions. An example would be when I asked, stay off for 10 seconds, then tell me how many kids my Aunt Joan has, and then stay off for 20 seconds. And it would go from being on, flickering, and then turn off for 10 seconds. Then if my Aunt Joan has 6 kids, it would turn on and off 6 times. Then it would stay off for 20 seconds, like I said. We asked it so many questions, and every time we asked, it got it right. They didn't know any of my cousins or anything like that, so realistically no one would have been able to do this. We were purposely being very quiet and had the TV on pretty loud and the AC was on. The only person it could have been was my friend next to me, but we were holding hands the whole night. Eventually we saw no other way. There must have been something in that room with us that we were openly communicating with. We never held a seance or anything like that, it just showed up. I mean, it knew things like the names of my uncle that died as an infant and other random impossible stuff. We were getting scared though. I remember we were holding hands super tightly, but once we decided it had to be some crazy stuff, we asked it questions about itself. Again, questions it could answer numerically in yes or no. We asked if it was human and if it had died. It was a he. He was black. He was age 13 when he died, and he had been a patient at Pilgrim State Psychiatric Center near my town before it had shut down. The one my friend's brother went to. But who knows if it's true? If it can communicate, it can lie. Maybe it was an alien. Seemed like it could read minds, or it had just knowledge of our families. It said God and the devil are real. I don't remember everything we asked it, just random things like asking if it was the same ghost that visited any of my siblings, because they had some weird stories, and it said no. We asked if it knew who haunted them, and it said yes. We asked if it could come back, and it said no. We asked if it wanted to hurt us, and it said yes. It also said it was going to kill us when we asked it. And when we asked if it was going to kill us that night, it said yes. It, however, didn't. We were definitely scared, but after a while it still hadn't done anything. Me and my friend were holding hands, and our other hands on top of our heads, so it was like we were holding 4 hands in a big bundle. Towards the end of it, nothing had happened, so we began inquiring as to how it was going to end us. Like, were there syringes or something deadly in our shoes, or was it going to poison our milk? Eventually, around 6 a.m., I remember just going up and unplugging the light. We didn't want to before that. I'm not sure why. Maybe because it was the craziest thing ever, and we weren't sure if unplugging it would make it stop. But it was also threatening to kill us, so we had to. It was early in the morning by that time. Nothing happened after it was unplugged. We had breakfast with his father, who didn't believe us, and that was that. No one thought we'd seen anything, and life went on. I landed a summer job a few years ago while getting my bachelor's degree in history at the Winchester Mystery. For those of you who don't know, the Winchester House is an 160-room mansion built off land purchased by Sarah Winchester at the turn of the 19th century. That used to be an 8-room farmhouse like any other in pre-Silicon Valley. The owners of the place today are descendants of the Brown family who purchased the Victoria home in public auction. They have before claimed it to be the most haunted house in North America. I find the owners of it today to be shady, lucrative people. The admin/owners treat us like tour guides, and we're on minimum wage. It is hardly a sustainable job if it wasn't for the tips and the nice folk, and the generosity of them that they give us at the end of the tours. They typically hire 6 to 12 tour guides per year, as some do it seasonally and others retire. It's a balance between college/grad students studying history or in theatre programs and middle-aged plus elder folk who have been around for quite some time. The medical benefit from the job is, if you get injured at the house, they will pay for all related medical expenses. But that's about it from my time working there, which was within the past few years. My role as a tour guide was to coordinate my tours, which ranged from as little as 3 to 28 people on a 65-minute guided tour within an 8-hour shift. So there'd be about 4 to 6 tours a day per guide. When I started out, I was given a week to explore the mansion on my own and get a look around. After being tested on a script written in part by the mansion historian, a full-time position held by a really nice lady, and recycled material from when tours began in the 1920s, I've explored at least 80% of the mansion, as some places are locked and really hard to get past, and I've had a handful of unexplainable occurrences. One notable instance is when I was giving a tour to 27 people. While in the 13th bathroom, which had the unfinished state-of-the-art shower, my tour delivery was interrupted by a very faint shriek that sounded as though it were coming down the halls from the switchback staircase. I asked if others had heard it and they said yes, which was quite strange. More eerie, but also, I really am not sure if it was my imagination. And during my second day of training, I walked up the 4th turn of the switchback staircase and thought I heard footsteps to the rhythm of a shadowy figure that suddenly creeped into the corner of my eye. As I walked up the shallow stairs, it was coming up from them and was well behind me. Imagination or not, I ran into the upstairs hay room, which is now a display room for artifacts, as fast as I could. Apparently, seeing a shadowy womanly figure in black has been the complaint of others as well. Other things would happen, like a tour in front of me one time witnessed a photograph frame fall from a high shelf in the ballroom and shatter. The sudden smell of roses in Madame Sarah's dead room. Us guys called it the dead room, but the admins didn't wish guests to know that was the name we gave the room. The scariest experience of all was exploring the unlit attic, which is off limits and used for storage of decor. In between a tour break with my phone flashlight, the beautiful 3rd floor window, which can be seen in nearly every online front picture of the mansion, is where I encountered a horrific, grotesque figure in a woman's Victorian morning gown. Its hollow eyes and rotting face were literally set up at the window, holding a rose and pointing outwards. For a mere second I seized in terror with my phone light fixed. For me to see it was a rubber posable zombie decor used for spooky events. There were many memories made there. One of my favorite was giving tours to company-hosted reservations. Open drinks aren't allowed in the house for purpose of preservation. Say you were to spill it. But when Google and other tech companies bought out the place for the night, the admins would turn a blind eye and ask those of us chosen to host, and not ask them to put their drinks away. The employees of said companies were quite nice folk though, and were easy enough to get along with and to entertain. I lived in eastern Kentucky my whole life. I grew up way back in the holler, the last house on the road deep in the woods. I lived with my grandparents the majority of my childhood. If I wasn't there, I was next door at my mum's house. Those woods have always given me a creepy feeling. I have felt stuff watch me. I have felt things touch me. I've seen stuff that I can't explain. When I lived with my grandparents, I would sleep with my mama. My papa slept in the other bedroom because they both snored really loudly and would keep each other up. My grandma's bed was right beside the window facing the woods. My side of the bed was right along next to the window. And in the summer, she would keep up the blinds and open the screen on the window and turn on the fan on high. Kentucky summers are extremely hot and humid. I remember many nights laying there and not being able to close my eyes because I would feel something watching me from the woods. I would lay there and stare into the darkness, hoping that I wouldn't see whatever it was and that it would go away. I would lay there for hours at a time. My whole family would see little small figures dart around the house, across the hall from bedroom to bedroom. My mum has witnessed a lot in this house. One morning my grandpa had taken my mama to work. She would go in at around 6:30 a.m. She never got her driving license, so my pup had always taken her to and from wherever she needed to go. My mum was getting ready for work that morning and thought Papa had come home from town. She said, "That was quick," but he didn't reply. She said she heard him rustling through the cabinets like he does every morning, working on making coffee, and she said she even heard him spit in his spit bottle. My papa had chewed tobacco for as long as I can remember. She heard the recliner being opened and went into the living room, but no one was home. She left for work as soon as possible after that. Living in the double-wide we had beside my grandma, I would sleep with my mum most of the time. The heat never circulated very well to the other side of the trailer for some reason, and in the winter it would get really cold. Her bed was facing the master closet and master bathroom, and my side of the bed faced the master bathroom. I can't tell you how many times I'd seen this, but I would see a woman sitting in the bathroom floor in the fetal position. She would be crying and would look up at me every now and then. I would tell my mum about it, but she would just tell me to go back to sleep. The nights I would sleep in my bedroom, I would see what looked like little trolls in my closet scampering around. I would shut the closet door, but by morning it would be ajar. That property, the woods, and land have something on it. May it be an Indian burial ground or whatever. But being up there after dark now as an adult, I still feel stuff watching me. Some stories my grandpa told me from the 50s. He's the super religious type. The type that if he's telling a story and he messes up one fact, he'll soon correct it and say, "Lord forgive me." So I know for a fact these are the God's honest truth. My papa grew up in a one-room house here in the country, not too far from where I grew up. Him and his brother, my uncle, were around 15 or 16 and were sitting on the back porch of their house just talking and laughing, probably drinking coffee. He swears on his life that up in the sky, maybe 500 feet, a 3-paneled door appeared, not in cloud form but an actual door. He said the door was white and had a small lit lantern at the bottom of the door. He watched it for hours as it just sat there. They could see the flame flickering in the lantern, and after a few hours it just completely disappeared. Another one he told me was about his dad, my great-grandpa and his dad, my great-great-grandpa, fishing with another father and son one night on the North Fork of the Kentucky River. They did this about once a week around midnight. Not sure why midnight, maybe better fishing? Anyway, they were heading back to town, upriver, and they started hearing a funeral hymn approaching. They stopped the boat on the riverbank and said that the boat was floating towards them with nothing but an old hickory casket in it. Sat there in amazement and scared to death. He said he could have reached out and touched it. That's how close it was. The other father and son said, "Well, I think that's sign for us to get home." I don't think they ever went fishing at night again. I've got several other stories that happened to me, and Eastern Kentucky certainly has a vast amount of paranormal activity if you look in the right places. My parents got divorced when I was about 12. Some minor things happened in the first few places we lived in. We moved into this apartment complex when I was about 14. The manager ever so kindly let us know that the previous tenant passed away. Well, isn't that just lovely? So in that apartment a lot of weird stuff happened. Once a big glass Pyrex measuring cup fell off the counter and shattered on the floor. I had made sure I put it down no less than 5 inches away from the edge. My cat had been sleeping on the couch the entire time. My cat used to mess up the lower cabinet doors, making them open a bit then close with a bang. One night I woke up because the cabinet doors were banging around. I got up, dragged my exhausted ass to the kitchen and yelled at her to stop. But I didn't see her anywhere in the kitchen. And then I remembered she wasn't even in my apartment. We had taken her up to my grandmother's earlier that week. When I was 16, I was sitting in the living room with my then boyfriend, being silly and taking pictures with a digital camera. Every picture we had taken that afternoon were all weird. There were orbs, drastic lighting changes and weird streaks of light, and faces reflected in the computer monitor that was off. And the faces didn't belong to either of us. To debunk the pictures, I cleaned up the camera lens, cleaned the monitor, and made sure the lamp wasn't being too glitchy, and took a few more pictures. The orbs and faces didn't reappear, but the weird lighting and streaks did. I set the camera down because it freaked me out, and the next day when I wanted to show my best friend the pictures, they were all gone. All but one. Of me and my boyfriend sitting next to each other. Never could explain it. That was about 10 years ago, and I'm still dealing with a lot of weird stuff that's happening in the house I currently live in. I was never really a believer in the paranormal, and I'm not scared easily, as I was a professional MMA fighter for over 12 years. After this experience, I believe there are things we cannot explain. I may have opened the door and invited these things in when I was in a bad spot in my life with severe depression and listening to these stories. I'm in a much better place in my life now and have had no instances of anything since moving out of that house. It started off rather small, coming home with all my pictures off the wall. Crazy things would be that none of them would be broken, as they were all made of glass, oddly enough. There was another time when I had a jug of water in the middle of the bed, and when I shut the cabinet in the bathroom next door, I heard a bang. I shut the cabinet a few times to make sure that I wasn't imagining things, and proceeded to go into my bedroom, only to find the jug of water in the middle of the floor. It got bad enough when my dog, a Siberian husky called Blizzard, refused to enter my room. She would whine and cry when she was in the room no matter what time of day. It came to a head, and this is immediately what I wrote after the instance to my mother. Little backstory. I had just gone through a really tough breakup. 9.5 years to be exact. I moved in with 2 Filipinos and have been here for 3 weeks. So the guy who owns the house, the brother used to live in the room. Apparently he's always been followed by an evil entity since he was a kid. Apparently, an evil witch doctor put a curse on the family because he was upset with the uncle. The best way to get to someone is through their family. So he put an evil entity on the nephew. So, the one night I'm drifting away and listening to my stories that I used to fall asleep to, and I think I'm about to sleep or whatever, but can still hear my story perfectly. And I notice my door is open, and I'm almost sure I shut it, because Blizzard always sleeps in the hallway now. I get up to check. Mind you, I'm asleep or almost there, thinking it was like or almost out-of-body experience. So I look out into the hall and see nothing. No Blizzy. Even when she leaves my room, she usually sleeps in the hall. Here I am, trying to shut the door, and it won't latch, and is almost bending out into the hall. Finally, I'm like, whatever. When I turn around, I notice Blizzy is sleeping on her spot on my floor by the hamper, but a black entity is hovering over my bed. It doesn't really have a shape, but more looks like a dark black cloud. I kind of stare at it and am in shock. Instead of cowering, I make the decision to charge it. I really wanted to get a hold of it. As soon as I get to it, I'm back in my body, but I can't move. Mind you, I can still hear the stories word for word. It's at this point I can only wiggle my toes and fingers. Sleep paralysis, I tell myself, and try to wake up, which I do immediately. I'm not drowsy and I'm completely coherent. I look down, and Blizzy is in the exact same spot from where I saw her before I charged the entity. This happened last week, and I told one person. Somehow we got on the subject last night about ghosts, and I told them the story. Mouths drop open, and they tell me about the owner's brother. Apparently my roommate had a similar experience when he had sleep paralysis and the same object was hovering over him, and he had to tell himself to wake up. I'm pretty pissed they never told me about this when I moved in there, as there were 2 rooms to move into potentially. My theory is the entity got lost and is trying to reattach itself to the brother but can't find him in Hawaii. The good thing is by not cowering and coming head on towards it, I showed it I wasn't afraid. Everything I know is that an evil entity attaches itself to people when they think they're weak or vulnerable. My mother spoke to her priest and warned her of what I was expecting. He told me to sage the room, say the Lord's Prayer and leave. I did that, and since then I had one experience. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to my entertainment center collapsing. Wouldn't you know who comes running up the steps? The brother the spirit was looking for. Unbeknownst to me, he was on leave from Hawaii and was staying with us for the night. I've had no instances since then, and have recently moved to North Carolina, where since life has returned to normal. My uncle grew up in an old Scottish house that came with the job of gamekeeper for the reservoir it was next to. It's a large place, even having a turret and battlements on one corner. My uncle would always tell me of the time he saw the grey lady standing in the doorframe of his room. My uncle grew up extremely terrified of the dark for that very reason, and this in itself went a long way for the family believing it was true. Fast forward to about a decade ago. The family are all up in Scotland again, revisiting places of their childhood. And then we happened to go near the old house. We ended up knocking on the door and kindly the owner agreed to let us tour the old house. A bit of a nostalgia trip for my uncle's aunts and father. We came across old remainders of their time in this house, such as scratching the favorite football teams on the inside of a cupboard. We ended up asking them about more paranormal things, and the conversation ended up going like this. So have you heard of the house being haunted at all? Oh yes, you must mean old Tam. He rattles around the tower occasionally. No, that doesn't sound right. It was more in the basement. Oh, the grey lady. By which point we all became very silent and left shortly after. I was never really sure growing up that my uncle was telling the truth or not, but this experience taught me to keep a very open mind. There's no 2 ways around this. I'm pretty depressed. Crap stuff happens, and there's not anything you can do to stop time's march. I get it. Recently I've been in a slump, not leaving bed for a long time, apart from getting junk food and using the bathroom. During this time I've started seeing faint faces and images, flashes for a second in my vision. Not the usual shadow people. I've just been chalking this up as my brain being exhausted, so I'm not counting it as anything. This is what messed me up though. I've been starting hearing my dead cats meowing at me. My beloved cat died away from me, and if I had waited one more night to send her to the animal hospital, she would be with me. And it really crushes me, even just typing this out. I know it's not really my fault, but I can't help these thoughts. She had a very distinct meow, and for the last few days I keep hearing her. See, I'd chalk this up as being exhausted, except my cat and dog hear it too. I was in bed with the dog on me and the cat on the windowsill when I heard a faint meow from below the bed. The cat shot up and froze. The dog perked his head up and growled. I had the dog check under the bed before me, because I'm a coward. But there was nothing there. I cry every time I hear the noise, and maybe that's what's driving it to continue. I'm extremely frightened because of this. I think the activity is getting worse. I'm huddled in my bed right now and I don't dare look above the covers like a child. Whatever is in my house knows what scares and upset me, and I don't think it wants me to feel happy. Maybe it's come to collect me. Who knows? Anyone with any explanation, it would be much appreciated. This happened today. I was cooking with my sister. She was boiling the pasta and eggs, and I was making chef salad, meaning I was cutting the lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, and the cheeses and salami. I asked her to cut one of the cheeses when this happened. I was cutting the salami while my sister was cutting the ricotta cheese, when I felt a warm hand, the palm of a hand to be exact, slowly pushing me forwards towards the table. The palm was at the left side and the place underneath your shoulder, with the same level as your armpit. That hand slowly removed its palm from me, and the place was numb. It was a tingling and warm sensation, but my entire body froze instantly. My sister and I didn't see anyone or anything, but she saw me, how 1 minute I was joking, and how the roles inside our household were reversed and the kids did most of the chores while the adults were playing on their phones or sleeping. When I gasped, my body moved forward. Now, the first couple of seconds, my brain thought it was our dad trying not to scare me by touching me, because behind me is the terrace door that leads to a room that was supposed to be the balcony, but my grandparents closed it and turned it into the sunroom that leads to another set of terrace doors that leads to the master bedroom. But the fact that our dad could be heard snoring, and I felt the hand, scared me. My sister didn't freak out as much, but she got scared seeing me become white like snow from fear. When I explained to her what I felt, she told me some days she feels the same thing, especially at night. A warm hand on her back before she falls asleep. She told me she thought it was only her mind playing tricks on her. Then I told her that many times I have felt shoves or someone touching me as I do chores around the house. One time I was dancing and I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned to see if mum or dad or an aunt or my sister were in the house and were trying to get my attention, but I saw nothing. One time, I felt it in my hair like a stroke after I woke up from a nightmare. 2 days ago, I was bolted awake. My entire body jerked forward because of the nightmare. I can't recall what happened in it. I just knew I was in danger when I felt the hand stroking my hair. And when I turned, I saw nothing but the Christmas tree I thought I had unplugged. When I looked at my phone, it said 9:45 a.m. So I went to take my 10 a.m. pill and fall back asleep. It's not the first time, but it was the first time it happened while I was with someone else in the room. I don't know if it's a friendly ghost, one of my grandparents, or any other loved one that I've lost, as we've had many through the past decades. My best friend said that it might be muscle spasms, But why do they feel like a warm hand? My sister also complained a few months ago that she feels watched in her room at night, and that is why she sleeps with the music on and covers over her head. And I told her that it must be Grandma, since the room my sister is in was my grandma's favorite room. She used to pray and listen to the church on the radio when she couldn't attend. The house was built in 1978, and my grandparents sort of ordered it to be the way it is. And in 1938, my grandparents were the first residents. My house, along with the rest of the apartments in the building, were also built in 1978. The area before it was built in was a river and farms, according to my mother's knowledge. Could it be a ghost or something else? When I was 18, I moved into a first-floor apartment with my best friend. The house is the last one on the street, and it borders woods to the left side of it, and a very large cemetery in the back. Literally, the backyard was separated by a foot-high rock wall that instantly turns into the tombstone area. Neither of us thought much of it when we moved in because we were 18 and didn't believe in ghosts. So the first month it started to feel strange. I don't know how to describe it, but I hated being there alone. And I was never that way before. I always felt that need to turn around and see if something was following me. Then, strange things would happen. Tiny things turned up missing and would reappear in odd places. I once walked into my bedroom and found a pair of sunglasses centered on the floor of the room, and my dog, this little chihuahua, and started barking and growling at nothing, maybe at a wall or something. It sounds like nothing, but he never acted that way before. It would scare the life out of me. I spoke to my friend, and turns out it's the same thing for her. It continues on like this for a while, until one day my friend calls me late at night, and said that she'd been laying in bed trying to fall asleep, when she started to think about a deceased family member, and her vanity mirror light turned on, which had never ever happened before. It just popped on. So, main creepy thing that happened to me. I was eating dinner one night in the kitchen area, which faced away from the living room and front door. I was watching Netflix on my iPad, when out of nowhere, I felt ridiculously out of control, like my entire world had shifted. It was like this hysterical panic. After a few moments, my dog, who was in the kitchen with me, starts barking and growling at the front door area. He's going absolutely insane, and I'm still freaking out. I started bawling and calling my friend, asking her to come home. I then shut the door between the kitchen area and the living room, with my dog in the kitchen with me. I'm not more than a minute into the phone call when I hear a huge crash in the living room. I never left the kitchen area, and I continued to just cry on the phone until my friend and her boyfriend at the time got home. This didn't really change when they arrived. I was still extremely upset. After a bit, my friend tells me that the lamp, which had been on the shelf by the front door, had been smashed into the middle of the room. The lamp was a hefty, Tiffany-style lamp that weighed a good amount and had been plugged into the wall. When I went out and looked, the lamp had moved at least 3 feet away and was smashed, as she stated, in the middle of the room. The next day, my mum brought over some sage, and we just burnt it along the walls and rooms. Per Google, my friend and I kind of talked out loud to the ghosts. We assumed they were from the cemetery. We had emailed our landlord explaining the circumstances and told him we would be moving out. But immediately after that incident, things got better. It's so difficult to explain. I didn't feel alone per se, but I didn't feel any panic either. I didn't have that weird dread from before. We had a few incidents after that, which I won't go into. None of it made us feel unsafe. It just was acknowledgement that there was 100% something paranormal going on. We lived there for 4.5 years, and I still miss that place. But when I tell my friend about it now, I can never fully explain that feeling that came over me that night, how abrupt and terrifying it was. I'm not an emotional person, and nothing will ever come close to that again. When I was 16, I lived with my dad, but stayed with my mum and sister every other weekend and every other week when my school was in session. I am a female. My mum was renting half of a duplex in Wisconsin at the bottom of a hill with a very old post office at the summit. I heard ghost stories about this post office/castle throughout my childhood. We lived on the left side of the duplex. There was a door on the front of the house and one on the back, which we usually used. There wasn't really a backyard, as we lived at the bottom of the hill mentioned above. When you walk in the back door, you are in the living room. Next to that is the dining room, a small entryway for the front door, then the kitchen. If you go through the kitchen, there were stairs that go to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom upstairs. Right next to the entry to the kitchen on the main floor was the door to the basement. To the left of that was a half bath/laundry room and a bedroom. This information is necessary, so keep it in mind. I was staying over one weekend and my youngest sister, Elena, would not sleep on her own. She was also diagnosed with ADHD, which made it tough for her to stay asleep. My other sister, Chloe, was at a sleepover one night, so I stayed in her bed so Elena could sleep in the room instead of me sharing my bed. My mum made it my job to keep her in bed and quiet or I'd get in trouble. We went to bed and everything was normal as things would ever get in that house. I woke up sometime after falling asleep, and I look at the doorway. Elena was just standing there staring at me. I instantly got mad because I didn't want to get in trouble, so I yelled at her to get back into bed. I asked her what she was doing and she told me she needs to go to sleep. I looked to my right and pointed to her to get in bed, but when my eyes met her bed, I realized she was fast asleep. I looked back at the doorway, and whatever was there was gone. I still remember what I saw vividly. It was a little girl with dark curly hair, and she had been wearing an old-style dress, think 40 to 50s era clothing. I remember being really confused, but not scared, and just went back to bed. This was not the first time, or only thing that happened. It always felt like someone was watching me. When both my sisters were there, I slept in the downstairs bedroom alone, even in summer, when it would be really hot in the room. I had to have the windows closed and locked with the blinds and curtains closed. I had seen glowing red eyes out of it on a couple of occasions. I always felt like something was trying to get me. There were many times I'd cry myself to sleep because I was terrified. I always kept a Bible under my pillow as well. My mom blew me off any time I tried to talk to her about it, so I simply stopped trying. The scariest thing that ever happened to me was when I was all alone. My mom had taken my sisters to get groceries. After they were gone, I snuck out the back door to have a cigarette. I came back in the house when I finished and sat down on the couch to watch TV. I had the cordless phone sitting on the arm of the couch, as this was before cell phones were everywhere, and I was watching my show when suddenly I heard a thud upstairs. At first I ignored it since strange things always happened. Then I heard walking above me. I started going through what it could be, and I realized I had left the front door unlocked while I stayed back out to smoke. Since there weren't any vehicles at the house, I thought maybe someone came into the house while I was out. I grabbed the phone and headed towards the kitchen. I took a weapon out of the drawer and took it and the phone with me to investigate the noise. It is worth noting that the other side of the duplex didn't have an upstairs, so it couldn't have been the neighbors I was hearing. I started going upstairs, and at the top, I turned to my right and go into my sister's room. I went out and checked the bathroom and opened the shower curtain to check as well. There was nothing there either. When I went to my mum and stepdad's room, they had a bed frame with drawers at the bottom so no one could be hiding under the bed. I checked both of their closets and didn't find a thing. And that was when I realized the only place I hadn't checked was the closet hall across from the bathroom. I walked out the bedroom window to the top of the stairs and told whoever was there that if they left now I wouldn't call the police, but that my mum would be home soon. Then I ran down the stairs, through the kitchen and locked myself in my bedroom on the first floor. I sat on the floor again, the wall opposite where the door was. As soon as I shut the door, I heard someone run down the stairs behind me. As I sat against the wall, I cried, and all I could see was the doorknob turning violently. I was terrified. I honestly thought someone was trying to hurt me. Then I heard the car doors close outside and everything immediately stopped. These were no footsteps or anything. I heard my mum and sisters walk into the house, so I got off the floor and left my room. I was still crying and my mum found me and asked what was going on. She was horrified as I stood there with a large weapon and the phone, and I told her what happened, and she just scolded me for having an overactive imagination and that I should be better and not tell my sisters. I never told them, but always thought about this experience. A few years later, my mom, stepdad and sisters were living in their newly built house. One day, my sisters and I were in the car with my mom and talking about the old house, when Elena spoke about the man she always used to see. I told the story of the little girl and my terrifying experience of being chased down the stairs. When I finished with the second story, Claire leaned forward and said, "That happened to you too?" I'd never told anyone about my experiences. 10 years after my family lived there, my best friend's sister's family moved in. I went with them at once to visit, and from the moment we pulled into the driveway, my hair stood on end. The entire time I felt like something was unhappy I was there. Her sister said they just had some strange things happen, but nothing too bad. The youngest just kept talking about the old man who lived there, but the oldest living person in the house was late 30s to early 40s. And I still get chills whenever I think of that place. A couple of summers ago, myself and some friends from university went to visit one of our friends' houses, since we were going to a festival nearby and had been offered to stay over. Long story short, her family are extremely rich, with a huge old mansion in the English countryside. As with any home this big, we had a bit of a tour around it and were shown our guest rooms. Her dad began to tell us the place was haunted in a joking tone and mentioned that when they first moved in there was a dresser that had been left behind in one of the guest rooms, the one I was staying in. This was one of the only things left behind, and they'd found a lock of hair of one of the drawers. I'm not really a believer in ghost stories, so at the time I just shrugged it off as a joke, although it's still a bit weird admittedly. That night I got into bed and began to notice that the air felt strangely cold around me, but there wasn't a particular breeze. The rest of the house had been a perfectly normal temperature just before this too. As I slept, I kept having the most surreal dreams, nothing like when I'd sleep normally. I'd constantly awaken feeling cold. It was like when you're very unwell and you find yourself somewhat hallucinating in bed while you dip in and out of sleep. The other weird thing was that this is in the middle of August, and in the UK we don't typically have air conditioning unless you're in an office or something. I woke up next morning and on one side of the room there are 2 hanging rails for clothes. Several of the clothes items were on the floor. The hangers had completely come off the rails, and I could have sworn they were all hung up the night before. Like I said, I'm not a believer of paranormal, but that night has spooked me ever since. I've never experienced anything quite as strange, and I do wonder if her dad's stories of it being haunted had planted a placebo in my head. I used to live in a flat in an old house. 18th century, and one-time home of a fairly famous artist. One night I woke up and there was a little boy standing at the foot of my bed, dressed smartly in what I thought at the time was a tuxedo or dinner suit. I've had sleep paralysis before, so I shut my eyes and tried to ignore the panic overcoming me. I could feel the bed depress as he climbed onto the bed and crawls up until he's right behind me. I felt him put his arms around me and then breathe into my ear. But it's what he said which freaked me the hell out. "Come and play with my friends. He's called Colourful-iffy." Just the way he said it, and the way I knew he wasn't talking to me, and what the hell he was talking to. I slammed my head backwards, which either scared him off or woke me up properly. Remember how I said the house once belonged to an artist? I looked up some of his paintings, mostly landscapes and buildings. But one of them was a painting of a little boy in finery, which looked eerily similar to the boy I had seen in my room. I live in Ottawa, Ontario, and work for myself as a residential HVAC installer. One winter in the late 2000s, I had a job in the downtown area, reconfiguring some ductwork in a very large 3-story house that was undergoing a full renovation. I estimate the job to be about a day's work and schedule accordingly. The day of that job, however, I overslept and showed up late in the morning. The contractor who hired me greeted me with a sarcastic "good afternoon" in reference to my late arrival. The house had pretty much been gutted down to the studs, and there were several tradesmen working in various parts of the house. My work was on the 2nd floor, so I made a few trips to bring all my tools from the van and got to work. As is often the case, the work turned out to be more involved than I had expected, so I knew I had to work fast or I was going to be there all night. I became very focused on my work, and after a while noticed the lights go out, as one of the work crews, maybe the plumbers, were leaving. They said something about there only being one extension cord I could use for power, as there were no outlets anywhere. I absent-mindedly thanked them but stayed focused on the work, relying on the natural light spilling in through the windows. At some point later on I noticed the natural light was getting dim, so I started thinking I would need to get out my trouble light soon. A little while after that I noticed it seemed to be a little quiet, so I stopped working and looked around. I couldn't see anyone or hear any voices, but I had the distinct feeling that there was still someone around. The time had come to plug in my trouble light, so I went over to where the extension cord was and plugged in. Then I listened for noises downstairs but heard nothing. I checked the time on my phone and it was after 5 p.m. I walked up to a window at the front of the house and looked down at the big laneway, which seemed very far down from this towering house. Aside from my van, it was empty. Being wintertime, it was now pretty much dark out. It was one of those dreary, cloudy winter evenings. Wind was blowing a light dusting of snow in the front of the streetlights. There wasn't anyone to be seen on the street. In that moment of realization that I was alone in the house, that feeling I had of someone being around instantly intensified into a very strong feeling that someone was definitely on the 2nd floor, watching me through the bare studded walls. The hair stood up on the back of my neck and arms, and I turned around and saw no one. I had one trouble light lighting the floor with all my tools spread all over the place. I had about an hour and a half left of work to do, and I often work by myself in empty houses, and in the evenings, and I'm a large guy that doesn't scare easily. The bottom line was, despite that feeling of being watched, I had to put on my big boy pants, so to speak, to get the job done. I've never put ductwork together faster in my life. I just tried to block out my emotions and work. As I worked, and as the night got darker around me, that presence intensified. It definitely felt malevolent, and after a while it seemed to be coming from every direction, especially the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. It seemed quite angry that I was here. I was afraid to focus my attention on anything around me for fear of actually seeing or hearing something to go with that presence. To have to finish my work and clean up my tools under that angry, oppressive presence was horrible. By the time I packed up, then started bringing my tools downstairs, it almost felt like it was chasing me out of the house. The last thing I had to do, and the hardest, was to make that last trip back up to get my final load of tools. Before I pulled out of the parking lot, I looked up at the house and it seemed to be glaring at me. I've had paranormal encounters before, and I couldn't discern whether this was just demonic in nature or a very angry ghost. I remember thinking as I drove away, God help whomever was moving into that house, and in future, I should try to avoid sleeping late. My old house was basically a haunted house. Not even talking about weird stuff like opening for no reason, but actual ghosts that lived there. When I was young, about 8, I was asleep and woke up to take a leak. I was on my way to the toilet when there was this weird pulse of light at the corner of my eye. I looked to my left and less than 20 feet away from me was this lady in white, sitting under our mango tree. She turned to me, and to this day I swear on my life she didn't have a face. So I noped the hell out of there and back to bed, still not really understanding what was going on. Just thought that it was just a weird lady. I ended up waking my brother to ask him what was going on and asked, "You see that too, right?" To this day, my brother hates the fact that I ended up dragging him into his only ghost encounter in his life. From then on, the event must have triggered something for me, because I'm a bit sensitive to that kind of stuff, and I've seen even more stuff in the house that still shakes me to this day. Our school also had an exchange program with Korea. I got along pretty well with the dude, and he became one of my best mates for quite a while. So I invited him to hang over to my place and play some video games. And I remember when he entered my room, he kind of paced around for a bit and just stopped. He looked at me and gestured with his hands a bit and said, "Spirits." Was grateful that someone understood, at least partially. And I just kind of gave him a resigned nod and said, "Yeah, spirits," after knowing and dealing with quite a lot. It was just nice to have a kindred spirit. It was getting late, the sun had been down for quite a while, and he was going to stay over the night. We're just chilling when I get this feeling that washed over me. Nothing cold or anything like the stories you read, but a feeling of wrongness, like your gut is telling you this is a bad idea and to get out, but like amped up to 10. So when my senses were blaring red alert, I felt my bed shift, like someone just sat on it. I froze up, and my dog, that has basically been so lazy all day that's by my PS1, stands up and starts growling and barking at something behind me and my friend. I didn't look back, neither did my friend. My dog finally stopped 5 minutes later and was still agitated. Needless to say, me and my friend ended up playing Tekken 3 all the way till morning and literally never looked back. He never came round again. I lived in a haunted house for almost 4 years, from 2013 to 2017. There were 2 separate entities living in that house, a ghost of the previous owner's wife who passed away of cancer, and something more sinister, which I will get into now. The first real occurrence I remember in that house is 2 weeks after we first moved in. Now mind you, we live on a very quiet road, the occupants of the cul-de-sac being mostly elderly. This means there are rarely a lot of cars going up or down, nor is it a through road. Also, the walls of the house are very thick, so you can't hear much when the doors are closed. I'm downstairs at 8 a.m.-ish making breakfast, usually as sugar cereal as I have no regard for my health, when all of a sudden I heard the loudest growl in my right ear. It made me jump and scream, running full tilt to my parents' bedroom. Funnily enough, before my scream woke her up, my mother later told me she had a dream of a dark oppressive force stalking into the kitchen and coming up behind me. My mother is a very religious Catholic woman, so she doesn't take these things lightly, nor does she speak about these things lightly. There are even more stories of scary things that have happened. We don't live in that house anymore. My mum blessed the house her way, as well as my dad blessing the house in the traditional Hindu expulsion of spirits. The house would be quiet for 2 weeks, and then like clockwork it would start up again. I'm no expert on the paranormal, but that house had an entity which wasn't human. My whole life, my mother has told me snippets from her childhood. From what I've learned from her, my father, and eavesdropping on family conversations, my mother had a terrible childhood. My grandfather was an abusive junkie who left her home alone for days at a time. It wasn't until she was 17 she was able to escape. In her mid-20s, she met my father and they got married. They tried for years to have children, but had been told they would never be able to. Then on March 26th, 2001, my grandmother had an overdose in what is now my parents' bedroom. We don't know if it was accidental or purposeful, but they believe it was an accident. The next day, the 27th, was the date put on her death certificate. Exactly 1 year later, my parents had their first child, me. Growing up, I didn't know anything about my grandmother besides her name. That is until one day I was in the 4th grade, going through our home library. I come across a book and am instantly drawn to it. The book is a law book. I liked books so much that I took it to school the next day to read. That is when I decided I wanted to become a lawyer, and I plan on starting college next year to pursue that dream. The reason I'm telling you this is because I would find out later that the book had belonged to my grandmother, and at one point in time she herself had been in law school but never graduated. There's always been small coincidences such as these that have made me feel connected to her, as if she was still here now. This is where things begin to get weird. For as long as I can remember, I hear things at night in the attic and walls. The obvious answer would be animals, but I've heard animal sounds in the attic before. Scratching, scampering, squeaking, but that's not what I hear. It's thuds, heavy things being moved about. High heels was very common when I was younger. My sister and I have bedrooms on one side of the house, and my parents on the other. For years, my sister and I have been complaining about these noises, but my parents have never been able to find anything or hear anything themselves. Everything I've told you so far is interesting, but I didn't consider it enough to share. But things have been getting weirder lately, and I've become genuinely concerned. Personally, I've always believed in spirits, and that there may be one in this house, but I never had anything besides noises and feelings to back it up. That is until a few weeks ago. I was having a bad day. So bad, in fact, I was sitting on my bed sobbing. This may seem dramatic, but I felt the need to open my arms wide and release my emotions. And that was the first time it happened. I heard something, and I looked up. The cords on my fan were swinging back and forth rapidly. My fan wasn't on, and my arms weren't long enough to reach the cords. I even tried to stretch and touch them from where I was sitting, but I was at least 2 to 3 feet away from even being close. Now to the reason I'm sharing this. About half hour ago, I'm sitting on my bed watching a show when I heard a noise. I look up, and only one of the cords was moving, and fast. My fan wasn't on. I put my hands around the cords to feel if maybe air had done that, although it doesn't explain how only one would be moving without the others being affected. I'm honestly very freaked out, and would appreciate any thoughts and suggestions. At the time that this story occurred, my mum and her boyfriend had just broken up. she decided to move back to our hometown, as in me, my sister, and brother's hometown, as it was closer to where she worked. Temporarily, we had gotten an apartment, and it's like one of those apartments that are above stores. There was only 2 apartments upstairs in our section, and as soon as we got into the place for the first time, it was unsettling. Just the overall feel of the place was a bit off, but me being 8, I thought I was perhaps homesick, missing my old abode. This apartment had holes in the walls, almost as if the previous people living there had cameras. At least that's what my mother speculated. The first time someone in the family experienced anything unusual, it was actually my mother. She had woken up to her bedroom door opening and shutting. Assuming it was one of us, she got up and opened her door. Shocked when she saw no one, she went into the living room, where me and my sister were sleeping on the couch, because our beds hadn't been set up yet, and although it spooked her, she just ignored it and went back to bed. But then she laid down. The other half of her bed was freezing. She said it felt like a fan was blowing only on that half, but there was no fan nor ceiling ventilation. The second experience was when my brother had just brought his baby home from the hospital, and in the beginning all was good, until the baby, Eli, was about 2 weeks old. My brother had actually switched rooms with me and my sister, so he had the room for the baby stuff. But every single time my brother would go into the room, Eli would just cry, and wouldn't stop until they left the room. This next experience was by far the second worst. The worst is still yet to come. One day my sister and I were both sick, so we did not go to school. I just woke up from my nap when I heard kids running up and down the stairs laughing. It was loud enough to wake my sister up also. There were only 2 apartments upstairs, and I don't think anyone lived in the other. Which, I see why. The laughing would randomly happen for weeks. It turned into patty cake, coming from the closet of the room that my nephew would refuse to go into. And now the worst, which still gives me goosebumps to this day. It was wintertime. Me and my sister had a movie night the previous night because school was cancelled due to snow. When I awoke, I turned on my side so that I was facing the TV. I opened my eyes and immediately laid my eyes on a little girl. I had never seen her before, and she was just standing there. I was paralyzed in fear. I couldn't move, not even my eyes. She stood there staring at my sister as she slept, and suddenly, after 2 of the longest minutes of my life, my sister shot up quickly and did the same. She started crying and telling me about the nightmare she had, and that it felt like someone was watching her the whole time. Me being young and scared, I started to cry too, as I told her about the little girl. My mum was at work, and my brother was at his girlfriend's house, so I called my grandma to come and pick us up. The rest of the day was normal. After this, small things kept happening for the other month we lived there. 9 years later, my sister, who's 22, sees this little girl, but I don't. I may hear a giggle, but I don't see her anymore. My sister says sometimes she'll just poke her head around our TV stand and then vanish. That's all. Holiday house? Well, not for me and my mum. Before I start, I will take you back to 2014. This happened in Queensland, Australia. I think you can only go there if you're working with this family service. I have absolutely no clue. You stay there for a few days, there's a beach nearby and some historic places to visit. Pretty fun and quiet town. The house has also been there since the 90s. To give you an overview of some of the events, my older sister saw a shadow man in the master bedroom bathroom. A tall man in his 40s with a white dress shirt and his sleeves rolled up. The man was pure evil, and my sister found him absolutely terrifying. She fled straight away. Upstairs in the second room, me and my brother were being troublemakers and jumping on the two beds. When we decided to pull the mattress off the first bed, what we saw was unforgettable, and we couldn't explain. There on the second mattress was stained blood covering the side of the bed with a kitchen knife. We screamed and got our mum, but the whole scene was gone when we got back. No blood, no knife. On another occasion we were playing hide and seek. There was this small room in the staircase. It was meant for kids to chill out with a chalkboard and cushions and a lamp. But when I went in and turned the corner, there was a 6-year-old boy scared. He was wearing overalls, shorts, long socks, a shirt and shoes. I panicked and crawled out. Something else that happened was me and my brother shared the room upstairs. We were talking to each other in the dark when the closet creaked open. We were terrified, and it looked like a large shadow was inside with his hand on the door, long-fingered. We both jumped off the bed and ran out. This time in 2017, the man was still there. There was also another incident of constant footsteps. There were cribs now, and we were checking out the place, and one of the baby mattresses from downstairs on the top of the staircase. Me and my mum heard dragging noises, but were already scared. We weren't welcome, and got the feeling, whatever it was, there's something terrifying in that house, and I'd rather not go back. About 6 years ago, I was living by myself in Queensland, Australia, in this house that was built in the 50s. It had one of those oven/stove tops with the main on-off switch on the wall next to it, and an unused barbecue on the front porch. Quite often I would be coming home or leaving the house and would notice that the knobs on the barbecue would be turned all the way around to fully heat, but not attached to gas meant that there were no flames. I thought it was strange, but never paid it much mind. Then, I started noticing that the knobs on the oven and stove kept moving to full heat several times a day. This was also when they were turned off, so again I wasn't in any danger. I always remembered to turn it off when I finished using it, as I'm very paranoid about fire safety living in Australia. After 6 months of this, my boyfriend Alex at the time ended up moving in with me, and he began noticing the oven knobs moving. I told him about the barbecue doing it for months on end, and half-jokingly said to him there must be a ghost living with us. Alex outright refused to even entertain the notion of this, so teasingly I went along with the ghost theory for a few months, like I wholeheartedly believed it, and would talk to the ghost when he was around, saying things like, "Well, I don't mind you staying with us. Sorry about him. You're more than welcome to live here if you abide by the housemate agreement. You're one of the best housemates I've ever had." Alex would always get so mad at me for doing this, but I couldn't help by poking fun like that, especially when the knobs were continuing to be turned on seemingly on their own accord. Eventually, we broke up, but not because of the ghost talking. I offered for him to stay in the guest bedroom on the other side of the house until he found a new place, or the lease ran out in 3 months' time, which he accepted. We still hung out as mates, same friend circles and living together and all, and I wasn't that upset about it, to be honest. About a month later it was Halloween. I was in my bedroom, struggling to zip up my dress, and wasn't at all keen on going out anyway, and just generally not in a good mood. Alex burst into my room, telling me to hurry up as he came in. The moment he stepped into my room, I told him to piss off. As I said that, my solid steel jewelry stand that looks like a mini coat rack went flying off the dresser that sits next to the door, straight at him, and snapped clean in half, along with my pencil tin which, for lack of a better description, exploded pencils at him. He freaked right out and left immediately. I thanked the ghost just in case. Does anyone have any similar experiences or thoughts on what could have caused these occurrences? Not sure if related, but I found a naked Barbie doll bound to my fence around the time I started to notice the barbecue, staring at my front door. Its fingers had been melted together and had black scorch marks all over its body, like that sooty black stuff that you see when things have been near a flame, whose hair had been colored pink and green the same as mine. Creeped me right out. However, that could have easily just been some loony in the neighborhood. Some members of my family built a house in the country back in the early 90s. Strangely, there had historically been houses previously there which had burned down. I don't know if anyone passed in either, but I have my suspicions. As they were building the house, a neighbor approached and plainly told them that their house was going to burn down. It was the first thing anyone ever said to them about their house. The house still does exist and they still live there, but there have always been some weird happenings in the house. The mother was studying for a college test and heard a ball bouncing against the wall in one of the children's rooms. She called for the child to stop throwing the ball, forgetting that they were at school. As she did so, the ball rolled down the bedroom hallway towards the living room and into her line of sight. She was alone in the house. The boy and I were once in his basement room, and we saw the face of something human-like, but completely dull and lifeless in the storm window, the little 18-inch tall window at the ceiling in some basement rooms. There's no way the face could have been there because the storm window is only 18 inches deep and the face was oriented normally. Sleeping in this house is like a real nightmare. As a child, I would feel things brushing my arms and legs when I slept. There was this awful Mrs. Beasley doll that the mother had, that I swear would follow you with its head as you walked around. I know that a lot of people tend to dismiss them as dreams, hallucinations, or wishful thinking, and I can understand people's reasoning to think that. But no one can convince me that they aren't real. For my life, I've both seen and interacted with the spirits of the dearly departed. I've had many pets over my 38 years of life. Cats, dogs, goldfish, blue-tongued lizards, and even cicadas. This happened in the year of 1985, when I was 4 years old. My family, which consisted of my mother, father, and sister who was a year older than me, lived in a modest-sized home that had a rectangular-sized backyard, with a mandarin tree and row of bushes growing along the back fence. At the time, we had this white male cat called Fluffy. He was beautiful. During the summer, he loved to wander down to the end of the backyard, where the mandarin tree stood, and sleep in the shade it provided. Without fail, he could always be found sleeping under that tree, and we never worried about not seeing him for hours on end, and only had to call him each night in for his dinner, where a blur of white fluff would race across the yard between the feet of whomever had called him, and straight into the house to polish off the food in his bowl. One day, a few days before I turned 5, I'd come back home after spending a few weeks visiting a foster father and foster sister down in Yass, a country town near the Australian capital of Canberra. I was so excited to reunite with Fluffy that I practically jumped out the car the instant we parked in the driveway and raced around the side of the house and straight into the backyard, tearing along the lawn on a mission to see my little friend. When I got to the mandarin tree, I stopped short. Fluffy wasn't there. I noticed that the ground around the tree where he slept had been disturbed, as though someone had dug a hole and then decided to fill it in. But to my 5-year-old mind, I didn't think too much about this. I paced up and down the length of the back fence, calling Fluffy's name, but nothing. He never appeared. I looked back down the yard towards the house, where Mum was slowly making her way towards me, a sad expression on her face. She told me that week previously, Fluffy had been hit by a van and was killed. She and my sister decided to bury him in his favorite spot beneath the mandarin tree, where he seemed happiest most. This made me realize that what the disturbed mound of soil was that I had seen. I cried for days afterwards, knowing that I'd lost my best friend and how I'd never see him again. About a week later, I was sitting in the backyard playing with my Voltron lion toys that my parents had brought me in an attempt to cheer me up, when I heard a meow coming from the bottom of the yard in the direction of the mandarin tree. I didn't take any notice, thinking it was one of many neighborhood cats, and kept on playing with the tiny pink Princess Allura that came as an accessory to the blue lion. This time I looked up in the direction of where I thought the meow had come from, and saw a ball of white fur about 3 feet between the tree and myself, standing on the lawn, looking at me. The cat looked like Fluffy. I thought I was seeing things, that I had to do a double take, and it was him standing there in front of me. I cast my toys aside and called out, "Fluffy?" The cat let out a soft meow in reply, before turning and walking over to the tree. I clumsily got to my feet to follow, but when I got to the tree, he was nowhere to be seen. I looked behind the tree, between the gap of the back fence and the base of the tree, but he wasn't there. I then checked the bush that lined the back fence. Nothing. It was like he had disappeared. I thought maybe he had jumped over the fence and into the neighbor's backyard, when I heard the meow once again, this time directly behind me. I spun around and there he was, standing on that patch of disturbed soil from which my mother and sister had allegedly buried him. I opened my arms, ready to embrace him with the biggest hug, when he meowed again and faded on the spot. I didn't wait. I raced towards the house, tripping over my discarded toys to tell my mum that I had seen Fluffy. Naturally, she didn't believe me. We lived in that house for another year before moving, and I've never been back there since. I know that Fluffy came back to tell me that day, goodbye, that everything was all right. I just hoped the new owners of the house never cut down that tree, so my best friend will always be able to enjoy his favorite sleeping spot. This all started when I was living in military housing. I was between 11 to 13. My brother and I slept in the same room because I was scared to sleep by myself at the time. I would sleep on a futon by the door, and he would sleep on his bed in the back corner. During the time living there, he would tell me that when he went to sleep, he would wake up, not being able to move, and would see a shadow figure just standing there or moving around watching him. But I didn't think it was anything, because he has sleep paralysis every now and then. One night I was sleeping over at a friend's house, and when I came back the next day, we were in a Skype call playing Team Fortress 2. He told me that night, when I was sleeping over at a friend's, he heard my mom, dad, and myself call him when he was showering. Still, I didn't put too much thought into it. After a while, my father's friend wanted to take care of his 2 dogs for a month, as he was going on a vacation. During that time it was summer, so my whole family's sleep schedule was ruined one night by my brother, father, and mother, as they were walking the dogs around the block, and I was in my brother's room playing BO2 Zombies when suddenly the door started to open slowly. It's like those paranormal videos online when they slowly open. I thought it was the wind at first, so I closed the door and locked it. When I went back to the game, it opened again and unlocked. I was freaked out at this point and closed the door and made sure to hear it click to guarantee myself it had indeed been closed all the way. I locked it and gave it a pull. It didn't open. So again, I decided to sit down and resume playing. And when I look back, I think whatever it was probably angry. And not long after, the door burst open like someone had kicked it open, and I just felt like there was a demon or a monster coming to kill me. So I ran downstairs out of the house to the neighbors in the middle of the night, ringing their doorbell, but no one answered, and I started crying in the middle of the street until my family returned from their walk. My mother got tired of us talking about this thing and called my grandma, who's very religious and spoke in a completely different language that no one understands while deep in prayer, and she goes to other people's homes to cleanse them. My mum told her everything, so my grandma went on a 20-day fast with only water, and when she was ready, which was when we were back in school, she told them to take us to school and come back, and to call her. I honestly didn't know that she knew much, but when they were on the phone, she said to go to the kid's closet and that it's in there. So my mom opened it and started to pray out loud with my grandma on speaker, telling it to go away. Then she says it went downstairs to the kitchen corner, and she tells my mom to open the door and let it out. She does just that, and it's gone. And we haven't had an experience like that again. Years later, I asked her about it, and she told me the whole story. And it was actually there much earlier than I thought. I don't even remember, but my brother and I would say we don't like eating at the kitchen table because there's a guy in the corner staring at us. And just before everything, there was a whole flock of crows flying above our house in circles. That day that she opened the door and let it out, she could hear a squeal like an animal or a pig, and again the crows were back, but this time they were flying away. My grandma said it was the spirit of death wanting to take one of us and to destroy the family. So crazy to me. Also, throughout that whole time, my dad got cancer. My mom was suicidal and had a knife on her throat in front of us, and they were going to get divorced. My dad was discharged for the Navy for sleepwalking and taking something from a store at the barracks. Eventually, everything got better. Now I'm a junior in high school and so grateful to my grandma for helping out. My grandfather and I shared close birthdays 2 days apart, and we both loved chocolate cake. My mum learned her mum's recipe, which was passed down from her mum, so I suppose I inherited this love for this chocolate cake. Every year we would drive upstate to see my grandfather on his birthday, with a freshly baked cake, and he would greet us at the door with a smile, take the cake off our hands, then disappear into the kitchen. He loved this cake. He also smoked a particular type of pipe tobacco, which you could always smell in his house. To this day, whenever I catch a whiff of pipe tobacco, I think of him. He passed away in 2004, the next year for my birthday, 2 days before his. My mum was making a cake for me when she suddenly smells his pipe tobacco. Now he had lived hours away from us and hadn't been to our house in years due to my grandmother's failing health, making her unable to travel. So there's no chance of his scent lingering around. My mum realized what was happening and just laughed, saying, "Dad, don't worry. I'll set a piece of cake aside for you when it's done, but you have to be patient." And the smell went away. Now, was it my grandfather's ghost visiting my mum? Or was it my mum associating her father with the cake? I don't know, but I know I'd come back from heaven for a slice of that cake. When you spend your whole life seeing ghosts, there's not much that phases you. I've had many cats over the years, some passing of old age, a few who have run away, never to be seen again, and some who had the brilliant idea to pick fights with cars, which never worked in their favor, and one or two who were poisoned by neighbors, either maliciously or by accident. I will never know. I used to get visits from my great-grandma when I was 3, and since the passing of my nan and pop back in 2006 and 2010 respectively, I've seen them out of the corner of my eye, standing in various rooms of my house. My mum had been in and out of hospital from August 2014 until she herself passed in February of 2015 due to heart complications that she had all her life. And since her passing, I've seen her numerous times as well. I'm not scared whenever I see them, because I like to think that they're popping in quickly to check up on me, see that everything is going well, and then leave contented. My grandmother, nan, mum, and pop. I can understand seeing, but it's the other spirits that leaves me scratching my head. You see, I'm being haunted by the ghost of a little girl. She appears to be around the age of 8, with long braided brown hair and wearing a red and white dress that appears Victorian in design. She does not appear malicious, because I never feel any kind of fear or feel like she means me any harm. In fact, her presence feels joyful, filling whichever room I'm in with warmth and serenity when I see her. What sets the little girl apart from the spirits of my family members is that the little girl is more animated, dancing on the spot, twirling around as gracefully as a ballerina, and always smiling. Some nights when I lay in bed, I even feel 2 tiny arms wrapped round my waist, holding me until I drift off to sleep. Occasionally, but not often, I've heard her giggling, like she's in the middle of playing, and sometimes I hear her singing, but more often than not, I can't hear her, only see, like a program on the television after you've pressed the mute button. One of my friends who I've told about, Emily, has suggested that she could be the spirit of my daughter that I haven't had yet, or maybe the daughter of a past life, or even a little girl who's just looking for companionship in her afterlife, and saw something in me that she loved and connected to. Whatever the reason, and whoever she was or is, I love her, and I'm glad she's found a home with me. I live in North Carolina, in a once small county. I moved to the United States from Mexico in 2008, and moved into a really small, cramped house that had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, a kitchen and living room. Well, we pretty much started from zero, since we'd only just arrived to the US. It was me and my mum and dad and 5 other siblings, 3 brothers and 2 sisters. I was the youngest. We didn't have much. My 3 brothers and I shared a room while my parents and 2 sisters stayed in another room. One night I had to go to the toilet, so I got up and went to the bathroom. The bathroom was next to my parents' room. I heard something fall when I was in mid-piss. I thought nothing of it, since I had a lot of siblings and simply assumed it was one of them. After I was finished with my business, I washed my hands and decided to check who made that noise. As I walked into the room, I saw my sister was awake and looking in the corner of the wall like if someone was staring back at her. I thought it was so weird, so I asked what she was doing. She didn't answer me, and so I said, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Then she snapped out of her mind and looked at me with a really scared face. I was going to ask what happened, and then she started screaming for my mum. I got scared and jumped to my parents' bed. They woke up and asked what was going on. I said I didn't know. They told me to return to bed. After I left the room and stayed outside the door to listen to what they were talking about, I could hear my sister crying and telling my parents she saw a woman in a black dress. She said the woman was standing beside two children who looked to be burnt. My parents told her it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. But she said that she wasn't sleeping when it happened. It was at that precise moment my parents looked at each other with fear painted on their faces. To try and appease her, they told my sister to lay down with them. So she did. I went to bed after, and a few days later my sister began screaming again. She woke up everyone in the house, claiming the lady was trying to grab her. All my siblings were confused. "What woman?" they asked. She said she saw the same woman from before, but this time she had tried to grab her. She said that she had woken up to use the bathroom when she saw the children on the opposite corner. Then the lady came from the hallway. She screamed as she approached her, but she wasn't walking, she was floating. As her hand was approaching my sister, all three of them suddenly vanished. My parents told her that she needed to stop making stuff up, but my sister insisted she was telling the truth. My mother at that point got very nervous and scared, because reading my sister's facial expressions, she could tell it wasn't a lie. She then told her to sleep with them, and the next day my mother called the local priest to bless the house. After that, the activity went down, and my sister didn't see the lady anymore. Well, one day, a pipe under the house broke, so my dad had to go into the crawl space to replace the pipe. He told all of my brothers to go down there with him to help, so we all followed. What we found still haunts me to this day. As soon as I stepped into the crawl space, I got a chill. I saw a lot of candles all over the place. They were red and they were black. I asked my dad why they were here. He replied saying they were probably just old candles that people didn't need. My brother called my dad and told him that he found a lot of books. My father said that that was nice and to take him outside to see what kind of books they were. So my dad fixed up the pipe and left the crawl space. At that point, my brother comes up to him and asks him what are all the drawings on the book. He takes a look at the books and sees what can only be described as rituals. He then tells us to drop the books and go inside to get my mother. At that point, they talk about it, and I think they confirm that they were wicked, perhaps even demonic or witchcraft books. My mum then tells him to gather them up and set them on fire, which he does by pouring gasoline all over them. At that point, they start wondering if it's related perhaps in any way to what my sister had been seeing. We try to put it to the back of our minds though, go in and eat dinner, and then watch TV. But that same night, we hear my sister screaming. I hear my parents tell her what was going on, and she said the lady was really angry that they burnt her books. My sister and parents stayed up the rest of the night, and the next day they went to church to ask the priest what it could be. The priest said the house was cursed, and that we should move out. And my parents began looking right away for a new house to move into. Jose came back home. My sister told them that she was in the bathroom and she saw the lady appear out of thin air, and then apparently the lady asked for a favor. She said that the lady wanted my dad to open the chimney and clean it out. It was so late my parents called my uncle to tell him if he could come over the next day, to which he agreed. The next day when my uncle did come over, they proceeded to open the chimney up that was previously closed with bricks, and wasn't sure as they opened the bottom, they found nothing. So they decided to open the top where smoke comes out, and as soon as they did, The wind almost knocked my dad off the ladder. He thought it was strange but brushed it off, and when they finished, they found bones and ash. My dad got really scared at that point. He put the bricks back and went to the store and bought concrete and sealed the chimney off. My dad and uncle went inside and drank some beers. And my uncle offered my dad some space in his house while they found a house to move into. The next day, we packed up and left. Some time after that, my dad got a house that we moved into, and everything went back to normal. And my sister, fortunately, stopped seeing the lady. This next event happened 2 or 3 years after we moved. My dad decided to move us to a bigger house, which seemed normal. On one night, my sister awoke and saw a black shadow on the side of her bed. She thought it was just her imagination, so she tried to fall back asleep. But the next day she told my parents, and they just assumed she was tired. A week after, my brother started seeing stuff too. He claimed he saw multiple shadows in his bedroom, and eventually my brother started ignoring the shadows. Then one night he woke up and saw a shadow right in front of him and another one by the door. The shadow then started whispering, but my brother couldn't make out any words. He then started praying, and the shadow vanished. When he went to my parents' room to tell them what happened, they told him he was tired and that it was all in his imagination. So my brother returned to his room to sleep, and never saw anything afterwards. A few years passed and my sisters moved out, and one day my sister came to visit and had to use the bathroom. So she went to my parents' room to use theirs since the others were occupied. She was doing her business when all of a sudden she got goosebumps, looked next to her and claimed she saw the Grim Reaper and started screaming, and my parents heard her screams. My parents ran to the bathroom and asked her what happened, and they found her on the floor crying. My sister said the Grim Reaper tried to take her. She then showed my parents her arm, and there were 3 scratch marks on it. She then left and didn't return for a few more weeks for another visit. This final experience is my own. One summer day I was sleeping in my bed and awoke as I had to use the bathroom. As I went to use it, I came back and felt a strange vibe in my room, so turned off the air conditioner and just stood in the doorway. Then the bed all of a sudden began shaking uncontrollably. I got scared and ran to my parents' room. My dad was on a business trip and wasn't in town, so I jumped on the bed and awoke my mum and told her what was going on. My mum told me to stop playing games and return to sleep. I told her that I wasn't playing a game and that we should go check on the bed. We both sat there quietly, listening, and she could hear my bed shaking. We started praying, and a few seconds later the bed stopped. I was so scared I asked my mum if I could sleep with her, and she agreed, and I fell asleep in her arms. The next day my mum sprayed some holy water all over the room, and since then I've had no further experiences. October 31st, Halloween, Hallows Eve, or Samhain, as some of you may call it. I love reading or watching about the lore of this very unusual holiday. Throughout the years, I have grown to think of Halloween as more than just a holiday, but as a day for the gates of the spirit world and the human world to open up. It's been quite a while since my older foster sister has come to visit me, since we used to be really close. She was 10 years my senior, but she had alcohol fetal syndrome and was always mentally on my level. One day, a long time ago, when we shared the same bed, as my parents couldn't afford for all 5 children to have their own, so we shared a king size. We always used to have late night talks, and one night, when we were speaking, we spoke about what would happen if one of us were to pass. We promised each other that if this were to occur, we would let them know by opening and closing cabinet doors, dressers, or drawers. I no longer live with my parents, and she passed 6 years ago. Today my cat Bjorn was adamant about getting in the walk-in closet. I noticed the light was on, which the only person to have used it before me was my boyfriend, and he always makes a big fuss about turning it off. So I turned off the light and opened the door all the way, to where it was almost touching the wall behind it. About an hour later, I rise to make myself some lunch, and noticed the door was closed, and that my cat was laying on the kitchen table. My fan was on, but it wasn't strong enough to cause a draft into that room. My cat didn't close it either. Could it be it was my sister dropping in on me today?